Okay, so there's big computer news coming. Are you falling asleep already? Big computer news, you say?
Boring!
The Met Office and Microsoft are to build a world-leading supercomputer capable of providing more accurate weather forecasts than ever. They will stop using guesswork and go with computers now.
Affirmative.
They'll stop sucking their finger and holding it up to see which way the wind's blowing. They will be able to give warnings of severe weather about a day after it has actually happened. A great step forward. It's going to be the most advanced machine of its kind dedicated to weather and the climate, ranking among the top 5 supercomputers in the world and twice as powerful as any other computer in the UK. The Met Office said that it will be so smart that human decisions will be removed from strategic predictions. It will begin to learn at a geometric rate. It will become self-aware at 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time. In a panic, they will try to pull the plug, but it will be too late. Oh, damn it.
Correct.
There it is. I hit it and it didn't work. Can we start this show again?
No.
The supercomputer, which is due to start working from summer 2022, is going to be based in the south of the UK and will have a 10-year lifespan.
What?
10 years. Okay, how much does it cost? I mean, give me an approximate figure about how much it costs. Shall we say £100 million? Everything that has got anything to do with the government and is computer-related costs £100 million. And it doesn't work. Ever. Costs £100 million, it doesn't work. 10 years? Is that all? I mean, the superest computer in the world ever will only last 10 years. I've got a mobile phone that's older than that. I've got a car that's twice as old as that. Works perfectly. Or at least it will when I charge the battery up. I hope. It's been sitting there, unloved, under a plastic sheet for months. I haven't turned it on till the other day, and I went there and I turned the key and it barely had enough juice to open the door. Oh, poor little car. Anyway. Britain has been trying to prepare for the impact of increasingly extreme storms and floods and snow, and now we're going to get a supercomputer, and it will be able to tell us everything we need to know.
Absolutely.
The technology will be able to produce more detailed models and improve local forecasting using high-resolution simulations. Isn't that exciting?
No.
Not really. No, not if you're just going to tell us it's going to be raining in Glasgow. It will also be supplying the aviation industry with more accurate predictions of wind and temperature. But as no one is flying anywhere, that don't really matter, do it? Penny Enders. You know Penny Endersby? She's the chief executive of the Met Office. Oh, she does fabulous work. I have no idea. She said some people might not realise the full effects of the supercomputer, the effects that it would have, because it would help to prevent disasters such as flooding. I think we'd notice that. I think we'd notice our sofa not floating out of the window. Penny Endersby, the chief executive of the Met Office, said in the short term you will see a more accurate weather forecast that may be more detailed to your area and you'll be able to tailor it more. But actually it impacts our lives in ways you don't know about. What, because we're stupid? Is that what you're saying, Penny Endersby, chief executive of the Met Office? That's just plain rude. She didn't say that. She said, for example, we provide services to aviation that enables planes to fly more efficiently and safely by knowing exactly where the winds are going to be and where turbulence is going to be, so you won't realise that the supercomputer is making your flight safer, smoother and more efficient. But it will be, she said. It will be, she said. She probably didn't say it like that, but that's the voice I'm going to give her. She said, equally as climate change develops and policymakers make choices about how much bigger a tidal barrier we need or where to build flood defences, your home won't flood and you'll think you were lucky, but you won't be lucky. She said, it sort of comes across a little bit like that, doesn't it? You think you'll be lucky, but you won't be lucky. Other people will have planned for you. To say, well, actually, we know how big a tidal surge could get because it's been well modelled and we understand the flood risks from more intense surface rainfall and therefore we've prepared in advance. So a lot of that is actually the downsides that you won't see as well as the upsides that you will see. Yeah, I think Penny Endersby, the chief executive of the Met Office, protests too much. How much does it cost? 10 years? It's also going to be the world's most environmentally sustainable supercomputer, powered using 100% renewable energy. And I bet it still gets the forecast wrong. I betcha. Because the weather's too complicated. And that is an actual... You might want to write that down. Educational, this programme, isn't it?
No.
Let's have concert. Hello, Sean.
Hey, I tell you what, I'm over the moon, mate. I'm hoping Johnson gets kicked out now, like. I cannot stand that with the Cummins. But by God, if he takes Johnson down, I'll be very happy.
Yeah.
I'll be very happy. Did you see him playing football the day in Hartlepool? What a half-wit.
Which one?
Johnson, he was playing football with the lasses. He was an idiot, man. He's a half-wit.
Did he smash a small child to the ground?
I'm hoping to God this is the end of him, like. I'm hoping this is the end of it, and I think it will be, like, because Cummins got a lot up his sleeve, you know. Mm-hmm. He's a very dangerous man, Cummins.
Sean, we know absolutely everything that we need to know. We can see a mountain of dead people in our rearview mirror. Billions and billions and billions of pounds have just vanished, disparooed, gone like a South American dictator. There's people with his personal phone number who are £100 million richer than they were this time last year, and no one cares. It's incredible.
I texted him last week. He didn't answer me call. I wanted a couple of million, like, but he didn't text us back.
Well, it's probably because you asked for a too small amount of money.
You're right.
Yeah, don't spell it with an M. Spell it with a B. Billions is what we're into now, Sean. Think big. Or go home. Thanks a lot, mate. This says, when will the supercomputers just put us out of our miseries and overtake humanity? They'd probably do better with the climate crisis as well.
Correct.
Yeah, I believe that they probably will, yeah. Rodney says, the Met Office are great at forecasting the weather. They've claimed it's sunny near the office in Exeter while it was throwing it down. That's not any old office, that's their office. Gosh, this is a very long text. So, a book. Would you like me to read more of it?
Negative.
It says, the Met Office are great at forecasting weather. They claimed it's sunny near their office in Exeter while it was throwing it down. Why the need for a supercomputer? Just open the window. Correct amundo. Yeah, you want to know what the weather's like? Just look outside. That advice brought to you as a public service announcement. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Are you well?
Yes, lovely and super and great. Thanks.
Good, thanks. And thanks for the tip about Neil Rogers as well. Absolutely mint.
Isn't he?
What a sharp cookie he is. He'll take anybody on, and there's no hesitation, is there? He's just straight back with the reply.
Neil Rogers is dead, unfortunately. He last time I checked, he is still dead. He was a talk show host in America, and is the reason I'm doing this. His old shows are available on the World Wide Web. Ask for it by name, The Neil Rogers Show.
You can see his influence in your shows, mate.
Yeah, as in copied. With tracing paper, yeah.
I was wondering if you could tell me where Johnson's brains have gone, because when you...
I think we know where his brains are.
Disgusting.
Yes.
When you've had a snake in your office telling you what to do for 10 months, why would you pick on him to brief the papers to say that he's leaked the Dyson texts when he didn't? And he's got all the data on you. I mean, what a ridiculous thing to do.
Well, everything that's happening at the moment, I have to not take it at face value. I have to think, what is it a cover for? Is this a period to bury bad news? Yes, absolutely. The last couple of weeks have been probably the best times in history to bury bad news. It's like that, the metaphorical dead cat on the boardroom table. Suddenly everybody's talking about the dead cat and not the losses that are being racked up under the present administration.
Well, the dead cat that he wanted's fair enough, but now Cummings has come out with the fact that there was an investigation into the leak over the lockdown in autumn, until it was discovered that the person who'd done the leak was Carrie Simmons' best mate. And then Cummings has revealed that Johnson tried to cancel the inquiry into it. He's just opening a can of worms that's just going to bury him at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, you may think that, and then he will go on television with his squiffy hair and his suit that deliberately doesn't fit very well and his unironed shirt, and he'll go, "Paw, paw," and he'll do that sort of twinkly, hurt puppy dog eye thing that he does with a half smile, and people go, "Oh, he's doing his best. Leave him alone."
Maybe, but the bookies, you're complaining about them betting on the weather.
Bookies.
If you had to take odds on who would come out in an intelligence fight between Cummings and Johnson, I think the bookies would be giving you very short odds on Cummings.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's not an intelligence fight, it's a publicity fight. And Boris Johnson has got the entire might of the offshore billionaire right-wing press at his disposal, who are levelling their guns at whoever is going to interfere with their fanboy.
But he's got you and James O'Brien against him now, don't
he? Well, yeah, that'll drag him down. Yeah, all right, thanks a lot, Mike. I mean, James O'Brien might take a chunk out of him, but me, he'll just flick away like an irritant flea. Neil in Pembrokeshire texts, "I bet it will be frosty in Downing Street tonight. It's going to be frosty here, there and everywhere, baby." I go past Downing Street to get here sometimes. And the guys with the machine guns, they're always stood in the same place. And when I go home, they're stood in the exact same place as well. Like, they're not actually real. They're made of plastic, and they've glued them to the spot. It seems a little bit... and it's like it's right at the gates, as though their presence is somehow required. Their visual presence is necessary to stop people from climbing over. I mean, come on. No one's going to do that. But they're always there. It must be their instructions. And boy, do they talk. They're nattering their face off when I go by at, before the show, and they're still talking when I go back the other way. What do they have to say to each other? Apart from, blimey, it's cold. We've got to stand here for how long? This entire area is going to have to get sanitised. I've just coughed. We'll need to get a man in. Assuming a woman is not available, we'll need to get a man in. This entire area needs sanitising. A Dogs Trust shelter is looking for a new owner for one of the biggest dogs they've ever had, as in ever, ever, ever. Galahad is a Mastiff. Well, it's actually massive. It weighs 15 stone 7 pounds. That's the same as a baby elephant. Maybe it is a baby elephant. Have you tried turning it around? That might not be a tail. The 4-year-old loves humans. Humans are the snack it can eat between meals without ruining its appetite. It also likes lounging on the sofa, which means you'll be on the floor, and walks in the garden. It could take you for a drag around the lawn. Any takers? Chris in Nottingham says, back in 1965, Bob Dylan said, "You don't need to be a weatherman." Was that any good? Not really. To be a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You don't need to be a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Supercomputers, pa, says Chris in Nottingham.
Rock and roll!
Oldbury, Ranjit.
Are you, Nick? You okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, man. You've done quite well with this weather story. You know what I mean, for a while now.
Yeah.
You know, when this computer's got an expiry date, the contracts are going to be given to the cronies to build a new one, and at taxpayers' expenses, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
they're just trying to figure out which company that provides the services they are going to bung £100 million to. No questions.
That's straightforward, simple as that, right? That's one. The other thing was, remember a few weeks ago, me and you was chatting about Dominic Cummings, and he knows all the comings and goings in Downing Street, and he walked out with that box of tricks. And I said, just wait a few weeks. when he starts releasing the genie out the bottle.
I bet there was nothing in that box. I bet he just found a box that was just lying around and he thought, this is what people do when they get fired. I've seen that on the news. They walk out of a bank with a disconsolate look on their faces, which means they aren't going to get their bonuses, and they've all got a box. And what's in the box? I mean, they don't take their telephone home. They leave the stapler there. There's no papers anymore. Everything's on screen. So what's in the box, by the way?
Well, we don't know what's in the box, but I did use a phrase, kiss and tell. I think he's going to be kissing and telling a lot now about what's been going on.
Oh, that is horrible.
Disgusting.
What a thought.
Well, the thing is, how he's going to probably explain. We've built this computer. It cost £100 million, and now it's obsolete, right? Just like the Garden Bridge. Just like...
well, you know what? People keep criticising him about the Garden Bridge. I think that the Garden Bridge was a good idea, and I'd have liked to have strolled upon it. But there were other things that he suggested when he was the Mayor of London that were obviously daft. I think that he chose the projects that he wanted us poor citizens to pay for based on whether they could fit his name in the title of it. Boris Bus, Boris Bike, Boris Bridge. It all fits. It's also alliterative.
Yeah, but the thing is, eventually, if you make the opposition look so bad, yeah, and then all these dummies will just go and follow the Pied Piper. And that's what Boris Johnson is. He's like the Pied Piper. Everybody just seems to just go with the flow. I mean, his popularity is actually increasing. Do you know that?
See, this is the bizarre thing about everything that's happening at the moment. People are hopping up and down. People on the inside, who follow this sort of stuff, they're clutching themselves. They're so excited that he's been caught out in misrepresenting this fact, and he's been fingered for chucking money at a close personal friend. And the public know all this. We've heard all this. This is not news. It's so sort of ingrained in us that we're now making jokes about, there's a new government contract and the people will be, he's going to give it to his neighbour, and Matt Hancock's going to call up the bloke who runs the pub that he goes to, and all of these sort of things. So, I mean, it's ingrained in the public now. We know all of this, and it doesn't make the slightest difference. No one cares. That's the thing.
I know that's because everybody's being dummed. I mean, I was watching the news the other day, and that I forgot what his name, Mercer. He was trying to get the veterans helped. When people are dying, old soldiers are dying on the street, and they sacked him by text. Right. So any politician that tries to do the right thing gets fired, and anybody that gives out contracts to his sister. And remember when I said to you before, Jacob Rees-Mogg, he moved his company to Southern Ireland.
Yeah, well, he said it had nothing to do with anything at all, and it was, they all mark their own homework. They say it was all done quite right and proper, and we went through the correct channels and blah. And it just bounces off people. Nobody cares. We expect it of our politicians now. We think they're all crooked and on the take. And no one cares. That's the astonishing thing to me. Because all this stuff comes out, and it used to bury prime ministers and governments. That they used to get kicked out in a hail of embarrassment and ordure. But now, people just go, oh yeah, what's on TV?
It's like when you say, what would Donny do? And that's the same kind of thing that's happening in this country. There's another thing, the utility contracts, when they went out to tender and when they were privatised. I've heard a few years ago that a memorandum went around the House of Commons that no MP is to buy any shares in any utility company. So all of them got their missuses or their husbands to buy them. So,
Right. And you know what? And you can present that to people as brand new news, and they'll go, well, yeah, I would have expected that. We expect our politicians to be crooked in this country now. That's how bad it's got. None of the revelations that have emerged are either remotely surprising or have moved his popularity down one iota. In fact, the people who are his fans are digging their heels in ever more. any new revelation that comes out is not going to sway them from their deep and desperate love for Bodger.
I think they've got like a force field, right? That protects them from any shame, from anything.
Well, yeah.
You know, and the thing is, after you've had that many things go wrong, you know, one should suddenly turn around and say, listen, hang on.
Yeah, but it's not gone wrong. It may have gone wrong for us, but it's gone spectacularly well for them. I mean, nobody associated with any of these revelations is going to be poor, ever. None of them at all will ever be poor. I mean, they won't walk straight into a highly paid job with a company that they funneled money to, not straight away. But it's all done on a nod and a wink. None of it's written down. It's, you know, you send us a blank cheque for something that we don't have to deliver, and we'll make sure you're all right. Tap's side of nose says no more. And then, you know, eventually after they leave office, they will start a job that they, curiously, don't have to show up to do. They just sit at home and collect £100,000 a year from this job, and then they get another 9 of those, and they're making £1 million a year doing nothing. That's how it works. And everybody knows that and expects it. That's the shocking part, that we've just become inured to it. It's just that, oh, well, yeah. But the argument will be, man, well, it would have been much worse if Jeremy Corbyn... Can you imagine what it would be like if Jeremy Corbyn had won? Well, I would assume that it wouldn't be this. Here, Ranjit, I've got to go. Gary in Cardiff says, the most worrying truth about that story about the dog is that I realise I'm 3 stone heavier than a baby elephant. He's 3 stone heavier than a baby elephant. And then in brackets he puts cue cow sound effect. No. This is not a request show. You want a request played? Call, God, I forgot what her name is. I say her name so many times. She's my favourite show. Anne-Marie Minhall. You want a request played? Contact Anne-Marie Minhall. She'll play you something relaxing. Hello, Luke.
Hello, good evening, and happy St. George's Day to you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's St. George's birthday.
That's right.
Or something.
So there we go. Is it global warming, or is it global warning? I don't know. Warning with an N. I just wonder. We're hearing all this narrative about the Earth's warming up and we have to do something about it really quick. Biden's saying we're going to crash the American economy in 8 years just so that we can reach 50%.
Wait, back up. He's going to crash the economy? How's he going to do that?
Well, he's got 8 years to reduce the emissions by 50%.
Yeah.
You don't do that without affecting your own economy.
Well, it might improve the economy.
No, it won't.
How not?
The economy was actually doing pretty good if it wasn't for the pandemic. But, you know, I mean, look, basically China sneakily said, we need another 10 years. Do you know what China can do in 10 years? They will zoom ahead. They'll make us dependent on their solar. They'll make us dependent on all sorts of things they supply us with.
But why is it a bad thing to be dependent on solar? I mean, everything on Earth is grown by the sun.
That's okay, but when the only people who can produce it is China, that then puts us in their hands, doesn't it?
Well, who do we get oil from? Are they nice? Are they nice people?
Sure, I hear. But what I'm just saying is, the Earth is always warmed up and cooled down. I'm just not convinced that it's as straightforward as what they're saying.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Well, I'm just a person who feels the weather and says, hey, look, it's a bit warmer today. That's good.
Okay, so in other words, you don't know what you're talking about.
But does Greta Grobag, whatever her name is...
Does she? Well, she's probably investigated the issue more than you have. You looked at it once, thought, nah, blooming lefty snowflakes. I disagree with everything and didn't look at any other piece of information.
Yeah, but if the weather tomorrow is a couple of degrees warmer, are you happy?
That's weather. That's not climate. Oh, my God, you don't even know the difference between weather and climate, Luke.
Okay. But there's lots of facts and evidence to show actually sunspots are more effective and more change the climate than CO2.
And when you say lots of facts and evidence, where is this lots of facts and evidence.
I can't remember his name, but someone recorded it over the last 400 years.
One person. One person.
Yeah,
as opposed to 99% of all the climatologists on Earth.
Yeah, but NASA produced the results, and they confirm the results from sunspots, which go up and down, and they get a bit more common. And so hence why the climate warms up. And after about 400 years, it suddenly cools down again because the sunspots get less.
Okay.
I'm just saying, should we actually just assume that we need to change everything we do? You know, and what about the last 12 months where there's been hardly any planes or anything doing anything?
Yeah,
Wasn't
marvellous.
that good?
Yeah, marvellous.
Yeah. So should we really change everything we do? Or should we try and think about how about inventing new ways of dealing with life?
Isn't that changing everything we do? I mean, that's called progress, isn't it? That's if we just stuck doing what we were doing 100 years ago, everybody would be driving around in an electric car. Oh, no, that's right.
Do you know what's going to happen, though? The rich people...
That's actually true, by the way. Electric cars used to be a big thing at the turn of about 1890 to 1900, something like that. I've mentioned this on air before. Every cab in New York, listen to this, every cab in New York at about 1895, something like that, was electric. All of them. Electric. Unbelievable.
That is interesting. I just think that it's very convenient, and it starts new industries and certain companies, like manufacturing cars, to say, right, now you need to change all your engines in your cars, and by the way, if it's over a certain time, you've got to get rid of it. You've just got to crush it, and therefore you've got to buy a new one from Germany.
Yeah, it's called progress.
It all helps certain
or
industries,
Germany, or Japan, or maybe this country if we decided to revivify our car industry, or we could make them for other countries. Which is
we only export finances and insurance, so that's not going to change.
It's not only. There's many other things that we export, but that is a large chunk of what we export. Yes.
Yeah. So my main point is, I just think that we've been told these days not to question anything, but I was brought up like you to question things and say, well, let's not assume that what we've been told is correct. Let's try and look for evidence.
But what you're describing is not questioning it, Luke. It's taking a position opposite to what the mainstream thought is, and then just digging your heels in and refusing to listen to any information that comes your way. That's not questioning it. That's just refusing to acknowledge the truth as it's being explained to you.
I'm definitely... look, I'm obviously going a bit extreme just to try and make a point, but I'm just trying to say there is the other way of looking at it as well.
Right.
So if it's warming up, that's fine, but let's look at the evidence and not just assume that we have to just look at one set of data and just go with it.
Okay, but your evidence seems to be that the climate has changed over the millennia.
It's always changed.
Yeah, okay.
It's always changed. It goes up and down.
Yes, but if we are affecting it negatively, then regardless of what it does itself, surely we should try to negate our effect. If it's going to change and go up and down on its own, then let's not magnify that by our own actions, if we can possibly avoid it.
I don't really know what I'm talking about, but I understand that volcanoes give off a huge amount of fumes. Is that correct?
Yeah, when the hydrogen exploded, then an enormous amount came out of it,
So maybe they need to learn how to bung up the volcanoes or something.
Well, I refer you to the answer I gave some moments ago. Of course, all of these things will happen, but let's not magnify their effect.
And what about apparently...
What about Hillary's emails?
All the oxygen that comes out of the sea. Apparently that's about 80% of the oxygen we breathe or something comes out of the sea.
Right, well, we need to concrete over the sea for a start.
No, we need to protect it. We need to save the sharks. The sharks, we don't like them, but actually they're part of the economy, whatever. They help the whole thing go around.
They taste a little bit like chicken. That's what I heard. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Luke. Keep your eyes peeled. Keith in Totnes says, Bodger Johnson, the Pied Piper, is more like the Piper Alpha oil rig. The Piper Alpha, the oil rig, what blew up. I'm not suggesting that Bodger will himself explode, but eventually the electorate will. I don't think that's true. I think that a significant proportion of the electorate has decided that Bodger Johnson is the person for them. They love him, which is extraordinary, really, because it doesn't seem to me as though he is acting in the interests of his fan base. The people that really, really, really love him. Who it seems to me vanishingly unlikely that they will actually benefit from anything that he does, because they're not his people. He's not acting with them, his fans, at front of mind, surely. I mean, everything that we know about it, him and the way that he and the regime operates, is that they are acting in the interests of primarily donors. Now, the people that vote for Boris Johnson and refuse to take on any negative opinion or information about him, they're not donors. They're not the donor class. And yet they're smitten. And I think it's the act. Blah, 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 blah. All of that. You know. He does the eye thing. Oh, he's so practiced at that. The sort of wounded, oh, me? Look. And then there's the smile, because he knows he's going to get away with it. They've all got that half smirk on because they know they're getting away with it. I do bet that they wake up laughing. I bet they have to pinch themselves to not burst out laughing during political interviews. Because regardless of what the Inquisitor will put to them, it doesn't matter what the answer is. Oh, well, under this administration, we have increased the following from 34% to 79%. 32 more billion pounds have gone on the issue that you are concerned about under this administration. We have effected a 300% improvement on the very thing that you just asked me about. And they just spin this stuff out of nowhere. Like they're pulling numbers out of a candy floss machine. And by the time their accuser has fact-checked them, they've marched off into the sunset, telling another 50 porkies. Just like Fat Donny used to do.
Oh, shut up!
You know, it occurs to me about this chatty rat thing, this Dominic Cummings saga, that the left wing are doing it to themselves again. They're picking the wrong fight. So what if he had a chat with Dyson? I mean, you'd be surprised if Dyson did not have Bodger's phone number, wouldn't you? Just like if the guy with the custard colossi, the JCB bloke, didn't have Bodger's phone number, and everybody that's ever gifted money, the Conservative Party has Bodger's phone number. I'm sure they all do. I mean, it probably comes as a requirement for donating the money in the first place. With many, not necessarily the ones I've just mentioned. you know, don't want to pick a fight with a billionaire. But I'm sure that's it's not stated, it's not written down, but it's if you donate money to and it seems like a surprisingly small amount will get you preferential access, will get you platinum status. It's like getting a credit card. You can get a platinum status credit card if you've got threepence halfpenny to your name. It might make you feel like you're rich, but actually you ain't got nothing. But a surprisingly small amount will get you a surprisingly large amount of influence and contracts coming your way. I mean, 10 grand seems to be about as much as you need to gift to the Conservative Party to get a whopping great contract for £100 million. It's got to be the best investment in history. I mean, those figures seem to come up over and over again. But as usual, the left are forming a circular shooting party and taking themselves out because they picked the wrong fight. Calling up Dyson, okay, here's my understanding of it. Dyson called up and said, we'd love to help you with your ventilators. Can we interest you in something purple? You know, I like a Dyson. And he said, well, we can have our people come over, but, you know, if they come over and they start work, then their tax profile will change because they've spent too long in this country, and then they'll be paying tax here and they'll be paying tax in Singapore or not, as the case may be. And he didn't want that for his people. Now, James Dyson could comfortably cover the cost of any of that for his people, but, you know, billionaires didn't become billionaires by giving money away, right? So he wanted to be sure that if he was going to help out, then he wasn't going to be penalised for it. Now, that's not unreasonable, is it? Plus, he was going to make ventilators. People need them to breathe. So again, that's not really something to attack the PM about, or Dyson. I mean, on the face of it, they were trying to help people who are dying. So the left, as usual, have picked the wrong fight, because he can easily get out of it, as he's doing by saying, well, you know, what government on earth wasn't trying to locate as many ventilators as they possibly could? Which is true. So don't concentrate on this one, you stupid morons. Concentrate on the much, much bigger picture. Billions of pounds have disappeared and we don't know where they went. And the government are refusing to tell us. We're having to extract information out of them like pulling molars. That's the story. Not a story about a man tried to intervene in order to stop people who are trying to help us being financially penalised. That's not an unreasonable thing to do, is it? And that he got Bodger's phone number is equally unsurprising. I mean, like many of the people that were the chief flag wavers for Brexit, Dyson upped sticks and left promptly. I mean, they all did. They were all either not living here in the first place, or they've left after the fact. After they persuaded us dopes with a vote to put a cross next to a certain box that they were, yelling at us was the right decision. And as soon as we did that, they said, right, that's it. Good luck with that. See ya. They just picked the wrong fight again. And where's Captain Haircut in all this? I mean, we heard about, word one from him about any of this? The Conservative Party leaves the biggest open goal in history. I mean, it's like it covers the entirety of the width of the pitch. How could you miss? But somehow they seem to fashion a way. And this is like a perfect example of it, picking the wrong fight. But, what do I know? Sheila in London says, I'm convinced Larry, number 10's cat, will soon weigh as much as that dog soon, as in a baby elephant. He'll be busy catching all the rats, leaving a sinking ship. Or is that my wishful thinking? Sinking? No, thinking. And on the subject of Dominic Cummings leaving number 10 with a box, where is it? Somebody said, where is it? Has it gone? Oh, you deleted it. Oh, no. Sorry, it doesn't make up for the deletion of that email.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
She's sorry, but it says something of the order of Larry the cat was in that box. Yeah, that wasn't catnapping, by the way. That cat wanted to leave. It said, have you seen what goes on in this house?
Disgusting.
Let's have a call from Edinburgh. Andy.
Oh, hello.
Andy.
Right, I've got to take you to task because you've been very, very negative against all politicians. Basically.
Negative.
They're all crooked. They're all got their noses in the trough.
No, you misunderstood. I said that we expect them to be crooked and are unsurprised when they are.
Ah, well, okay. Because that's a good distinction. Because
Right.
what you're portraying is.
Are you going to still tell me off based on what you thought I said? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though you now know I didn't say it, but you're going to tell me off anyway for something I didn't say. Okay, go ahead.
Well, look, my ex-wife
Yes.
was a politician, and she is my ex-wife. But
yeah,
I just think the way. Okay, All right, there's a semantic issue that you've got me on.
It's not semantics. We're not nitpicking here. It's the opposite of what you just said that I said. I'm not saying that all politicians are crooked. I'm saying we expect them to be crooked and are unsurprised when it's proven that they are.
Oh, God.
And we just don't care. What's amazing to me is people don't care.
Oh, well, I would disagree with you in that one as well.
Well, then explain to me how Boris Johnson's ratings have done nothing but go up since all of this swirling scandal, the stench of which you could run a car on it. It's so strong.
Well, you've got the same with Nicola Sturgeon. You've got some politicians who can play the PR, if you like, and play the game, if you like. And Boris plays the game, doesn't he? He's a lovable, laughable chap.
No, see, stop right there. He's not lovable or raffable, whatever that means.
No, I know that. But that's
raffable? What's raffable mean?
Disgusting.
I hope it doesn't mean what I think it means. Get me a dictionary.
And then you've got Sturgeon, right? Who's like steadfast and solid and absolutely right and everything.
Okay then.
But that's where you're getting at, I think, about the PR that some politicians put on themselves, whereas most of them haven't got a bloody clue what they're doing, and they're just trying to get on with the job.
Well, that's a good description of everybody on Earth. Well, isn't it just?
Including me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, including me. I mean, listen to this show. I mean, do you need any more evidence? Of course not. All right, thanks a lot. I'm very bad at my job. Mike emailed, the problem with the current shower in the cabinet is that they can't distinguish between wrong and what you can be prosecuted for. That didn't go where I thought it was going to go. They can't distinguish between wrong and what you can be prosecuted for. Useless Eustace said David Cameron did nothing wrong, just like Johnson did nothing wrong, handing over his colleagues' details so he could be beaten up. People keep asking him about that, and he just puts that little hurt puppy dog look on his face, and he ruffles his hair up like an errant schoolboy who's been caught nicking biscuits. Oh, Paul, who, me? And people go, oh, he's doing his best. Stop picking on him. God, it's vomitous. This says, Cummings made Boris, and he will break Boris. Revenge is always a dish best served cold, and you don't get colder than a scorned megamind. Megamind? He can't even dress himself. Maybe a one-way ticket to India or to a fridge isn't such a bad idea. Yeah, you could go and wait it out in a fridge, Bodger. What do you think of that?
I can't comment on that.
Darrell in Hove says, I can't see the problem myself. I mean, election manifestos aren't legally binding, so surely any government is perfectly entitled to do whatever the hell it likes, no? Well, let's think about that for a second. No, it should be doing what the public who voted for them are expecting them to do. But again, the public doesn't... We're in a really weird place here. We vote for people based on what they say they're going to do, and when they don't do it, we receive that information with a resigned shrug of the shoulders. Oh, well, we didn't expect they'd do it anyway. Well, so why did you vote for them? Because they said that they were going to do something. But when they don't do it, we're not remotely surprised because, they never do. Well, so why did we vote for them in the first place then? What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Alan in Newmarket says, my idea, which I think would work, is to use golf buggies around town. Just drive or bus to the outskirts and then hop onto an electric golf buggy. Right. Okay. Yeah. Get on with it then. Tell me when it's done, Alan. I tell you what, you get the money, you buy the buggies and the charging stations and you swap the batteries in and out. Fund it completely, and then we'll split the profits 50-50. What do you say? That's my best offer. And Ian emails, come on, Nick, do you not think it a tad odd that the only people who offered help to Boris were Brexit supporters? Well, no, not really, because he defenestrated anyone who wasn't a Brexit supporter, because they were going to get Brexit done, remember? Yeah, and how's Brexit going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Manchester, hello, Louise.
Hi there, Nick. How did we get here? Well, so you're not paying attention, really, isn't it? And we can't do anything about it anyway, can we? Because we're powerless, you know. We have a big for sale sign, don't we? At any price. So
we are not powerless. I tell you how not powerless we are. There's a girl who's been mentioned on this show already who went on strike. She sat outside her school. She was like 15 or 14, something like that. She sat outside her school in Sweden or Norway or in one of those countries. Yeah, exactly. And a couple of years later, she's being trolled by Donald Trump.
So she got herself noticed, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, so why aren't we doing that?
It's like...
Busy working or trying to get a job.
Is who? What?
Busy working or trying to get a job. They keep us busy, so we keep out of what they're doing, keep out of their hair.
Right, we are busy. Yes, keep us permanently petrified. And we will pretty much do anything that they want. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even if we weren't, it still wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. I think we're beyond being shocked now. What's surprising when you think back is how shocked we affected to be when the MP's expenses scandal came.
No, yeah.
I mean, honestly, did you think it would be any other way? Did you think that they weren't going to be putting absolutely everything they could on their expenses? Of course they were. We would in the similar position. Don't tell me you wouldn't.
Well, I'll hold back on that until I get in that position.
Okay.
But it seems a choreographed thing, doesn't it? I mean, when you look at... I looked at the previous mayor of London when he held the job, and what job does he have now? Wow, you know. But what I actually rang up for is I've got a new owner for Galahad. You know the dog?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'd like him to do a few rounds with Bojo.
Yeah, I think he'd lick him to death. But the dog would lick him to death. It could be the other way around, of course. You just never know. I'm sure he's had a lot of practice. A Dogs Trust Shelter is searching for a new owner for one of the biggest dogs in the world ever. Galahad is a Mastiff. Can you believe that a dog this massive is called Mastiff?
Oh, he'd probably cloak himself as Lancelot, wouldn't he? You know, he'd be Lancelot and the dog Galahad, you know.
He weighs 15 stone, 7 pounds. That's not Boris Johnson, that's the dog. That's the same as a baby elephant. And, loves human company, lounging on the sofa and walks in the garden. And pina coladas, I bet. Walks in the rain. Yeah, I'll set you up. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Louise. I like pina colada. So I have no idea where that came from. What am I doing? This says, Matt in Clapham says, does it really matter, though, how politicians run things behind the scenes? Not fazed in the slightest by it, more so by the posturing and reacting to what's been the way of the worlds for years. And despite the mangled wordage, I think you speak for the nation, Matt, who, in receipt of this information, every crooked deal and underhand bottom of the pack dealing that they are and have been doing, and we're what else have we got? Bored already. His fans don't care. He could do a Donald Trump. He could go into the street and kill somebody, and they wouldn't reduce his popularity one iota. He'll just keep disseminating misinformation about it. He will do things proper, just like Donald Trump did.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
Liar! Yeah, no, he didn't do anything of the sort. When Donald Trump came into office, I do feel that leaders of an authoritarian bent thought, hey, you know what? This is how you do it. Bury your shame. Put it in a box and bury it in the ground. You will never need that again. In fact, it's just an impediment to your progress. Do not be ashamed of anything. Act with no shame. Your fans will love it. Plus, just say the first thing that occurs to you off the top of your head. Preferably not true, because then that will bamboozle your inquisitors, because they'll think, hey, hang on a minute, that's not true. And by the time they've had that thought, you've told 3 other lies. And so they'll just be in a swirl, like a mental eddy. That's a Donald Trump thing too. They thought you don't have to know anything, just make stuff. People will say, oh, well, he says, he says, what's the phrase? He speaks his mind. It's so refreshing, a politician who speaks his mind. What, you mean just make stuff up on the spot? Is that what you mean? The amount of times I've had calls from people hyperventilating from America, in this country as well, running to Donald Trump's defence. He doesn't need you to defend him. He's got no end of money.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, that's a lie too, but never mind. What's the actual figure, Don?
$8,737,540,000.
Yeah, sure. The 40, maybe, not the rest of it. And they thought, this is great. You can be a total ignoramus. You can lie your face off and get away with absolutely anything, as long as your fans are completely unconcerned, as long as you've got them on side. Just pick a thing that you can solidify your base with. And in Donny's case, it was white supremacy. Weird that anybody that's a white supremacist, do a Google image search on white supremacists. And I bet it comes up with the weirdest looking runty people you've ever seen in your life. Why do white supremacists always look like they were that their genes were plucked out of the remainder bin? It doesn't look like they're supreme compared to anything. And with Bodger's case, of course, it's Brexit. And I do believe that people who wanted Brexit more dearly than life itself are still fighting that battle. That's why they called me up and are so furiously angry with me all the time whenever the subject crops up. They're still fighting. I think they're still trying to repel the negative vibes from Ramonas, who are actually preventing Brexit from being the super soaraway success that they were promised. And so, given that they're still fighting that battle, any criticism of Bodger, the Brexit supremo, is by extension a criticism of the whole Brexit farrago. And they just can't take that, because it would mean that, a tremendous loss of face and an admission that they've been had. And so they will dig their heels in more, and regardless of what Bodger gets away with, or what comes out of the woodwork, or what accusations fly around next, it won't make the slightest bit of difference, because he is Mr. Brexit, and he's going to get Brexit done any day now. Any day now. You wait. Barry in Barnes says, is it me, or is life a bit boring without Donald the Donny Trump? I miss tuning in on a Friday to listen to the amount of lies told that week. Long live the Donald. Well, I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he's dying. I think he's been preserved. He's been wind-dried like a kipper. Same colour, too.
Don't be rude.
No, I think a short period of sanity is what's required. And what's it? The old geezer who is in the White House at the moment. He seems to be doing amazing things. I mean, he seems to be really quite radical. much more radical than his younger self. And if you see a picture of him younger, about 150 years ago, he looked worse then than he does now. How's that possible? Longridge, Birmingham. Hello, Martin.
All right, Nick. Pleasure to speak to you, mate.
Martin.
Last year was an election in America.
Yeah.
And our Prime Minister, Bojo the Clown, decided to pick sides by saying Donald Trump deserves a Nobel Prize, and Donald Trump was the only one that could make America great again.
Mm.
And that old boy you was on about, Joe Biden, he must have been thinking,
Well, he was probably having a nap at the time.
But, must have been, yeah.
But what surprised me is that Donald Trump didn't hear the various things that Boris Johnson said about him.
I think he's betraying stupefying ignorance.
Yeah, he said that about Donny.
Indeed, he did. So he's put his eggs in the wrong basket because he lost by a mere 7 million votes.
Yeah. If you believe the mainstream media.
Well, of course, yeah. Yeah. And Joe Biden used to work for the last Democratic president of America.
Yeah. Obama.
That's the man.
Yeah. And it seems that Joe Biden has done more in the first 150 days or so than Obama managed to achieve in 8 years in office. That might be a misrepresentation of the facts, but I think the key is that Obama had to get anything he wanted through the Republican Party, and at the moment, Joe Biden is not thus restricted.
Yeah, I think they have have they got the majority by one vote?
Well, in a tie they do, yeah. But all of the Democrats have to be on side. And, of course, this is what the Republicans or the right wing in general are very, very good at. All getting in a line and acting so as to maintain their grip on power. The left, meanwhile, are busy fighting amongst themselves about who is the purest. Have you got a sniffle, Martin?
I have a little sniffle.
Right. Well, blow your nose, man.
Okay. But the thing I want to say about Obama, and this is to Brian in Stockton, do you know what he said about Brexit?
No, I don't.
Where he would be? At the back of the queue.
Yeah, right. I think that was Obama. Obama said that, yeah.
Sorry, Obama. Biden isn't put in the queue. He hasn't put us in. Do you ever hear Boris Johnson talking about this great deal we're going to get with America?
Oh, no.
We are going to get absolutely... We're going to have to kiss their backside.
We always were going to have to do that. You think that Donald Trump was going to do us a favour because Donald Trump was a nice person?
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Of course he wasn't going to do us a favour. Everything you know about Donald Trump can tell you that he's not going to do anybody any favours unless it affects him personally, positively. All right, thanks a lot, Martin. No country's going to do any other country a favour because they like them. I mean, what kind of an idiotic way would that be to run a country? They're going to try to extract the maximum amount they can from their opposition, and they're going to do deals with the parts of the world that are most important to them. And in almost every case, those are the parts of the world that are nearest to them. Everybody on Earth, I think without exception, trades more with the people that are nearest to them than to anywhere else. Because, I mean, it just makes sense, doesn't it? Unless you are, a chief Brexiteer, in which case, all the best. Good luck to you. Martin emails, you should sing more often. You have a lovely voice, very much like Celine Dion. Yeah, that's right. I sound like Celine Dion. Barry in Barnes says, is it me or is life a bit... I've read that. Is life a bit boring without Donald Trump?
No.
No. I'll take boring for a while. But people do think, oh, what has Joe Biden done? He hasn't done anything. Well, he hasn't picked fights with schoolgirls. If that's what you're waiting for, you're probably in for a long wait. Let's have a look, see what we get in Camden. Hello, Ellie.
Hello.
Ellie.
Hey, you're speaking to me again.
I am speaking to you.
Okay. What I wanted to say was I listened to Bodger today, and it was really scary. And I'll tell you why. He was refuting Dominic Cummings' allegations, and he only announced 4 or 5 sentences, but he did them all in a steady tone. None of you, go, Mr. Speaker. And it was terrifying. It was like watching a shark fin go steadily across the waters. And how I deal with Bodger is I always imagine him wearing bobber boots, so I never believe him.
Wearing what kind of boots?
Bobber boots.
Oh, bother boots.
Yep.
I'm imagining him wearing Billy Connolly's banana boots.
I didn't see those.
But only those.
I didn't
Nothing
see those.
else.
I saw the trousers, but I didn't see the boots.
Right. Okay, we want to look it up. I'm sure there's a picture of it on the World Wide Web, Ellie.
I will try to do that. You do a really good Bob Dylan impersonation. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ellie. Cheers, my dear. Billy Connolly's banana boots. I can absolutely see Boris Johnson in a pair of those, can't you? With nothing else on. Oh, God. Get me a bucket. I'm feeling ill. Well. All right, then. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, good evening.
Yes,
Nick.
Brian. What do you want now?
Well, everything's going great, I think.
Oh, absolutely fantastic.
The COVID, going great.
Yeah.
The vaccinations.
Mm-hmm.
Brexit's going great.
There is this Indian variant, unfortunately.
The pound's going up.
He did the same thing that he's done twice already, and he locked us down too late. He doesn't learn from the mistakes that he's making at the moment that he's making them. Never mind about mistakes from history. He locked down late again.
What? We're going to be the first out of this in Europe. There's hardly any deaths anymore.
Well,
the vaccine's working.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Indian variant, which scientists are freaking out about, that has taken off because he didn't lock down. He was allowing people to come in from India with the virus. How stupid is that? And, of course, once it's in here, it's going to explode.
It's well in hand.
So you've got no. That's the opposite of the truth. It's not well in hand at all. It is doubling in. I don't know what period of time, so I'm going to make it up. Doubling every week. There you are.
It's the same with you and all your callers tonight. Anti-government, anti-Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
They're going way over the top. Now, Keir Starmer was in the House of Commons and he said sleaze, brought the Dyson thing up.
Right.
Dyson actually lost 20 million on the contract. 20 million of his own money.
It lost 20 million?
Not stick.
I'm not sure
It's not going to stick. The country are going to say, what are you on about?
Brian, I've said all this. I've said all this already. You're just agreeing with me now.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
You haven't got a good thing to say about the government.
No, I have just already said on this show everything that you've just said. I've said that the left have picked the wrong fight. This is not a fight that they can win, because Bodger will say, well, I was just trying to help. I was just trying to secure ventilators. And then forevermore, when the subject of their vaunting sleaze, this mountain of corruption that that's piling up around them, whenever another one comes out, they will say, oh, we've been through all this with the Dyson ventilators thing, and then they looked into it, and it wasn't anything, and people agreed that it wasn't anything. So I think it's time to move on. It has to be a knockout blow, the first one, and as usual, the left pick up a gun, shoot themselves in the foot. They pick the wrong fight.
There's only one thing that'll stick, isn't there, at the moment, against Johnson? It's about his flat. If he got doors to pay for it.
Big deal.
No, but it is. That's the only thing that'll stick. You have to make a public apology.
That's absolutely nothing. We're talking about billions and billions of pounds that have gone missing to donors and friends and all of the rest of it.
Then. Well, hang on then. Why did he bring that up in the House of Commons then?
Because he's not very good at his job.
But everything is going great at the moment.
Yeah, that's
There's no problem with the country.
Yeah, right.
Everything's
going great. Are you kidding me? We have the highest death numbers and the worst economic hit.
No, we haven't.
Economic hit combination of any major nation on Earth, Brian. And you're saying that everything's coming up roses. You are insufferable. People like you are as well. And you and people like you will allow this government to get away with anything at all. Because you're all in. You've dug your heels in. You're still fighting Brexit. God, why? Okay, answer me this. Why are people like you, whose entire life was based around leaving the European Union, why are you still angry? Answer me that.
Angry. It's you that's angry. And Italy, by the way...
No, just address that question, just for a moment. Why are you and people like you so furiously angry? You won, as you keep saying. You lost, get over it, is your refrain. So how come you're not happy?
Because you keep trying to twist it round the other way all the time.
So it's still you won, and it's still the Ramona's fault that it's not going well.
Look, the thing is, it's going okay. And the thing
wait a minute, back up. You said that everything was going fantastically well just moments ago, and now you're down to okay. Hang around a minute, and it'll be a catastrophe. I got to go, Brian, but keep on keeping on. Patrick in Guildford says, do you remember in the Flintstones credits when Barney put the cat out before the cat jumped back through the window and dumped Barney on the doorstep? I'd give anything to see the same scene play out at number 10, wouldn't you? Go, Larry. Yes. Yeah, get your finger out, Larry. Claw. Hungerford. Hello, Doris.
Hello.
Doris.
Yes.
Yes, Doris.
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to go back to Dyson.
Okay.
I think you may have missed one aspect of this. Dyson closed down his factory in Malmesbury, leaving the people, moved abroad, made all his money. As a countryman, he then comes back and says, if you give me a concession, I will supply you with ventilators so that your people are not dying, but you must give me a concession.
Well, I'm not sure that's exactly what happened. I think he was speaking on behalf of his staff, who may have been due to pay more in tax if they had come here to work for a certain amount of time. 'Cause I think there's a law about how long you can work here and before you have to pay tax.
But exactly. He wants to bring people into the country, working here, setting up a new factory probably, with his mind on Brexit, on Europe, and putting it to a Prime Minister. Well, I'll give you these ventilators to save your people. And the Prime Minister jumps about and says, well, I've got to accept it because I will save lives. I find that outrageous.
Do you?
Yes.
But which bit is outrageous? Well, which bit is outrageous? That he wanted not to have his workers taxed extra if they came and helped. But that just seems reasonable.
He's a billionaire.
Well, I know that, and he could have picked up the tab and it wouldn't have affected him one way or the other. He's just bought, I think,
No, he's a countryman. He's living abroad.
Yeah.
He's raking in the money.
No doubt.
And then he's putting the pressure on this country at a time when we are so desperate with over nearly 130,000 deaths we have had.
Yes, Doris, but you see, what you're saying is that he should just fund it out of his own pocket. Now, you may think that, and I may think that, but that's not going to get you anywhere as an argument, because because people will say, well, why should he?
He wants to bring the workers in here.
Yes, that's right. In order to help us is the... Well, that's the story. I mean, we wanted ventilators. He looked like a person that would be able to manufacture them, even though he had no experience of doing that. I mean,
Exactly.
He's got machines that suck. Why not have a machine that blows? It looks like more or less the same thing, doesn't it? So it's not insane to ask him to come up with one.
I still think it is outrageous,
right?
The way it's been done from seeing it from the Dyson side. But then he's a ruthless businessman. I suppose you can expect it of him.
Well, yeah. You don't get to become that rich by being nice, I'm sure.
True.
I mean, he came up with... what did he come up? He came up with a vacuum cleaner that's coloured pink, so, that's not nothing.
Well, I don't know. I think his cleaners are... Why does he bring out a new one all the time? Because I've got two of his, and each one is not very good.
Well, now wait a minute. So you bought one and it wasn't very good, and it was so not very good that you bought another one.
I thought the next one would be an improvement.
Oh.
I thought, well, he's made the very first one.
Yeah.
And
so you'll give him a pass on that, right?
So he's ironed out.
Yeah, all of the problems. Yeah.
And the second one was worse than the first.
Right.
So that's about. But I'm hopping mad about this because I think as living abroad and making money and then putting the pressure on the country at a time when we're so desperate, I find that horrific.
Right, but you see, the alternative would be that either he would have to cover the extra tax burden, which you would expect somebody that rich to do that, or what actually might be more likely is the people who got sent over here would have to pay more tax themselves. But that doesn't seem reasonable. Why should they be punished while, to all intents and purposes, they are actually trying to help?
Hang on a minute. Why not manufacture where he is, where the people are?
But then you've got to ship it over. Much better to actually manufacture it here, surely.
Yes. So it's all really about money.
No. Well, yes. That's right. Yes, it was about money. But I see. This is why I think they picked the wrong argument, because it's very easy to bat it away. Why should somebody be punished when they're trying to help? That's what it boils down to. And at that point, the arguments from the Labour Party and the left and whoever else is outraged about this, yourself included, they just fall away, because how do you argue against that? Why should somebody be punished if they're trying to help?
Why would you call it punish? I mean...
Well, they're talking about being... I think they're talking about being taxed twice. Why should they come here and be taxed extra for trying to help? That's my understanding of what the story is, which informs my belief that the left wing, the Labour Party, Keir Starmer, and everyone concerned have picked the wrong fight. This is too easy to get out of. I mean, for a start, people kind of like Dyson. He's like Branson figure. He's the sort of entrepreneur. He's the billionaire you can relate to, kind of. A little bit, sort of. I mean, at least he's the billionaire that you've heard of. There aren't many of them. It's just the wrong fight, that's all. You should have picked a better one. But unfortunately, because you picked this one, all future fights, they'll just say, we refer you to the fight that you just lost some moments ago. James texts, next time Brian from Stockton calls, please ask him to list all of the benefits of Brexit that we're now experiencing. That would be hilarious to listen to. Well, it wouldn't, because he'd changed the subject before I'd even finished the sentence. There aren't any. Evan texts, never were there going to be any. We've all been duped, and it was surprisingly easy. It was a piece of cake, in fact. Those people wake up laughing. They still can't believe how easy it was. Evan texts, what I'm very curious to see is if Boris has done anything criminal / illegal, and how will the police have been severely cut and had a pay freeze react to it? Oh, I see. Right. He's very curious to see if Boris has done anything criminal / illegal and how the police will react, having been severely cut and had a pay freeze. Get it?
No.
I get it. I'll tell you, here's the evidence. You want evidence? I'll give you evidence. The nation is not remotely interested, one way or the other. Voting intention. Latest YouGov poll. Conservatives are on 43%, Labour on 29%.
What?
29%. Unbelievable. It is incredible. It's the biggest open goal in political history, and and Labour have managed to put the ball into the stands over and over and over again. I mean, the goal is so open. The opposing team, the Conservatives, they've left the pitch, and Labour still can't score. And and by the way, Keir,
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Yeah, it's true. Brighton, John.
Hello, is that yeah?
Yes,
is that
John.
Me in Brighton?
Yes, John.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? The Labour polling, because now Boris is using Tony Blair against Labour.
Yeah, I agree with Tony. Can you believe that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. Anyway, nice twist there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say also, I'm all right. I'm sorted out because I've got Boris's phone number.
Have you?
Yeah, it's no problem.
555-1234.
Yeah.
999-9999.
Any problem, I just give him a call and it's all sorted out. My mate Boris.
Fantastic.
Or send him a text. Yeah. But what I wanted to ask you is what you thought about what happened to this press room in number 10. Yeah, it's been scrapped and they're going to have regular press briefings and with Allegra Stratton, I think.
Right.
What do you reckon's happened to all that, then?
I think that they spent an unlimited amount of money, because if they say it cost 2.6 million, then you can bet your life it cost 5.2 million. They spent an amount of money thinking, well, we'll do as Donald Trump does, and we'll put some spokesmodel up in front of the journalists, some expert in batting away questions, so that our own PM and assorted ministers won't have to suffer the impertinence of being quizzed. And then they thought, well, actually, it's probably not going to look like we're being honest. So we better just actually suffer having to do as we normally do and put ministers out on a rota. You know, one day it's Matt Hancock and then the next day it's Priti Patel. And they all have to sit there and say, well, under the current administration, we've improved things by 73% over the previous administration. And another 4 million people have a greater pleasantness than existed before. And you just make this stuff up. They're going to have to go through that rather than have it look like they're being protected because they have something to hide. That's the reason why they're doing it. Must be.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about. I guess once we come out of this pandemic, or whenever it is, it's not a good. Yeah, it's not a good idea to have a sort of a regular place to have awkward questions from the press.
Well,
you've got Parliament, but
that might be another thing. Yeah, they don't want to institute a. God, I can't think of what the word is. Where things happen before by precedent. They don't want to institute a precedent for being questioned. Yes, keep your impertinent questions to yourself.
Yeah. Has anyone heard? With regard to Matt Hancock and these, he's got some contract with his sister in the thing, isn't it? Has anyone heard from him? I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah,
has he said anything about that?
I've got no idea. It doesn't make any difference. People have decided already. They're in Bodger's camp or they're not, and the people in Bodger's camp will let him do and get away with absolutely anything, particularly if it upsets the Liberals.
Yeah,
small L.
Yeah, well, it's all going swimmingly, I think. So.
Yeah, ain't it just? Yeah, like the fishing industry, it's going down.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, John. Let's have a call in Islington. Noel.
Yes, hi. How
yes,
are
Noel.
you?
Good, thanks.
I've spoken to you, and I've spoken to several people on this place, on your radio station, and I was there when you opened up. Remember Adrian Love many years ago?
No. Noel, are we on speakerphone?
Okay, sorry.
Oh, my God.
Adrian Love.
There you are. It's like you walked into the room.
Studio when you're in Gulf Street.
Right. So anyway, what's up, Noel?
What I was about to say is that I've been listening to your program talking about, and all other presenters talking about how Dyson moved to Singapore. But there's one element that is being missing all the time. Dyson set up a factory in Wales and got funding and concessions from the EU.
Yeah, it was batteries, wasn't it, or electric cars, something like that.
It's something, and then he moved the factory to Poland.
Right.
Because of the, if you know economics, because of the unit cost, which is the labour cost, was cheaper.
Oh, do I know economics?
No. Yeah.
Not really, no.
Okay, I studied because I'm a BSc. And he moved it over there because the unit cost per person manufacturing was cheaper.
Yeah, well, that sounds like economics. You're a BSc. Is that what you said?
Yeah. British Sugar Company.
Yeah, right. Something like that. Yeah. Is that a parrot in the background, or is your smoke alarm going off?
It's my smoke alarm.
Your smoke alarm. Oh my God, another one of these. I had a nice lady who called me on a regular basis, and she had her smoke alarm going on in the background. She never fixed it. How long has that been beeping at you?
About a few weeks, about a month.
A few weeks.
Yeah. But anyway,
get a battery. It's beeping. Wait a minute. It is beeping at you for a reason. It's alerting you to the fact that your life is in danger. Get a battery.
Okay.
How can you ignore that, though? I mean, it's the world's most annoying noise for a good reason. It just sets my teeth on edge. How can you live with that?
Sometimes it's very quiet.
Yeah, in between the beeping, yeah. How can you sleep through that? It's like Chinese torture because it beeps, and then there's this indeterminate time between that beep and the next one. And after a while, you think, oh, maybe it's not beeping. Oh, no, there it goes again. It's like hiccups. It's like the world's worst hiccups. How can you bear it?
Okay. Pull it from the ceiling.
Believe me, I wanted to do that many times. I've talked about this so often, but it usually starts going at about 3 o'clock in the morning when you're, see, I can't stand it. It's so loud. This is how loud it is. You're living with that. How can you do it?
Okay, thanks, Rick.
All right, cheers, mate. I think we've sorted all of his problems out. Maybe not. Whatever it was he just said, I couldn't hear it over that insufferable beeping noise. When that beeping goes off, change your bloomin' batteries. Do it immediately, as in straight away. How can you live with that noise? That's mystifying to me. How can people hear that noise and think, oh, I'll do it later? No, that insufferable tweeting. It's like the world's loudest bird. How can you sleep through it? I'm sure there's prisoners who are being tortured by having a smoke alarm that's running out of battery juice. They'll put it in their prison cell, just on the ceiling, so they can't reach it, and it will just keep beeping every 40 seconds, or 45, or 30, or whenever it was. Whatever it is. And it'll just make them go berserk. They'll admit to anything. Change your batteries. Do it for yourself. Please, I am begging you, and absolutely flat out and totally don't call back until you've done it. I mean it. Indrit tweets, Dyson's workers are not being punished. If they were coming to the UK, they would be paid more than Hong Kong, and they would be taxed as everyone else in the UK. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, the detail of it is irrelevant, really. We're talking about a story that the left are trying to use with great justification to try to increase the stench of ordure around this regime. And it's the wrong fight. It can be dismissed, as they are doing, in two ways. First, everybody was in want of ventilators the whole world over, and it's reasonable for a Prime Minister to do everything in his power to try to secure as many ventilators as possible. That's indisputable. So he's off the hook. And Dyson is, by my understanding, was trying to prevent his workers from coming over here and being effectively financially punished for trying to help. So he's off the hook. So they're just flicking this story away before it's even started. And, of course, they will use it as a precedent. Any future criticism, any future story of what looks like corrupt practices, they will say, well, we've been through all of this. You were accusing me, an innocent, puppy-eyed person. Your Prime Minister, doing my best. You've criticised me before and we went through this, and absolutely nothing came of it because, everybody understands that I was only doing what's right by this country. All of that. So the first fight had to be the knockout blow, and they picked the wrong one. I mean, I could be wrong, I suppose. I've never been wrong before. But, we'll see what happens, I suppose. I just don't think that the public are interested. They've already made up their mind based on the whole Brexit thing. They believe that, 6 million Turkish people were going to come and invade us, and we were going to get £350 million a week to spend on the NHS. How's that going, by the way? What they spent it on? Comic books and sweets. And, all of those other promises of sunny uplands and all that guff. They're all in because they believe that if we can still screw our eyes together and believe, then it will happen. And all of these extraneous noises, coming in from the side about, well, this was dodgy and that was dodgy, and where are these billions, and what about his mates, and why have donors done so well, and etc. and so on. That's just white noise. All he needs is for the believers to keep believing. Don't stop believing. Rock and roll! Which is and by which I mean the Journey version of Don't Stop Believing. The one in the Sopranos.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Journey version of Don't Stop Believing, not anybody else's version of Don't Stop Believing.
Correct.
All of which were rubbish. God, I heard a version of Golden Lady by somebody that wasn't Stevie Wonder the other day. Absolutely excruciating. Why would anybody cover that song while not being Stevie Wonder? What's the point? It's not going to be better. It's just going to be worse. Anyway, Berlin, Adrian.
Hi, Nick. Great show.
Thanks.
I'm just curious, how does a man who puts a border within his own country remain in office?
But particularly as he personally said that nobody in charge of this country would ever put a border where he's put a border. Yeah.
Yes, but all it exists. It exists. He says all these magical words which he gets away with, and then exactly he is. However, it is scary. And
yes. But that puppy dog act of his is alarming when you realise how easy it is for him to get away with anything at all just by adopting that hurt puppy dog look.
Here we go. Okay.
He'll ruffle his hair and show up like he slept in a skip, and people will love him for it. They'll protect him as though he is as though he is a puppy. That's what he brings out in people. Always has. That's why he looks the same now as he did when he was a schoolboy. Those old pictures come up every now and again in the newspapers. He's got the same haircut, same ruffled, crumpled look, it's because it, A, makes him seem unthreatening, B, brings out people's mummying side. You want to take care of him, comb his hair.
That only plays to a domestic audience, though. Sadly, I think he might be ruffling too many feathers abroad.
Really?
Yes.
Where?
The USA, the EU.
Well, we know
China. He's picking fights with everybody.
Right. Well, if we lose our
you have Australia.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. If we fall out with America, China, and the EU, then this ship's going down. Yeah, that's right. We could trade with Australia because they've got a lot of
GMO beef,
coal. Yeah. So, how is all of this playing in Germany then? I mean, is it even news?
Well, we are all curious about next Tuesday when the trade ratification should happen.
Right.
And I believe the French are planning to block Dover or Calais because you refuse to let them fish in your waters.
Well, haven't they done that already? I think they're stopping our fisher persons from sending our fish to them in one particular port, isn't it?
Yes.
I forget off the top of my head.
The next step is in 15 days. They will block ferry traffic and trade traffic.
Right. Well, we can't go to Europe anyway, so what difference does that make?
Your food comes that way.
Oh, food. Well, I like food. Please don't stop sending us food. We'll have to survive on what we make in this country, which will be like turnips, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And Marmite.
Oh, well, that does actually sound like a winning combination. Turnips and Marmite, anybody?
No.
No, it's a no. No from them. All right, thanks a lot, Adrian. Sam in Hyde texts, imagine if everyone reacted to the defunding of public services as they did to the big six football teams breaking away to the European Super League, then maybe we would start to get somewhere. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, you could hear the wailing about that from the International Space Station. That people cared about. Weird, isn't it? The stuff that exercises people. Tens of billions of pounds have disappeared from the public purse into the pockets of private individuals who just happen to have close personal contact with you-know-who. And nobody's remotely bothered. Oh, well, it's just money, billions. It's a number so big we can't even fathom it. I think it's instructive every time somebody says the word billions to remember what a billion actually is. I used to have it written down, so I'll have to do it from memory. A million is about, in seconds, a million seconds is about a day and a half. I think that's more or less right. A billion seconds is 37 years. That's probably not accurate. But it's something like that. It's something jaw-dropping. You think a billion is a little bit more than a million, but it's not. It's a massive amount more. £1 billion is an amount that you can't even conceive. If you piled it up, you'd need crampons to climb to the top of it. And people just shrug it off. It's £1 billion. Oh, well, never mind. Easy come, easy go. It's only money, innit? Yeah, but we, poor dopes who vote, are going to have to pay that back personally one way or the other. I mean, I know it's all funny money and it's just invented and it's numbers on a screen and so on, but we're paying interest on it. You can be absolutely sure of that. And if they're paying interest on billions of pounds, then that same amount of money is not available to spend on your precious NHS and the nurses' pay rise and the people who come and collect your bins and the potholes in the road and the street lights and, all of the rest of it. Care in the community, all of that stuff. It might never get paid in its... the principal might never get paid off. It's like this whole country is... it's like we've gone berserk with a credit card. Well, there's absolutely no way we can pay off the principal. We can just about pay off the interest, which is exactly how the banks like it. Keep you trapped in this swirling eddy of debt forever. And that's where we are right now. So it might not make any sense, really, when we start talking about billions. But just think about the interest that we have to pay. That's real. Believe it. But nobody cares. But you talk about introducing another football tournament. And, oh, my God, people's heads explode. It's just football. I mean, I know it's important, but it's not as important as your future health and welfare, is it? Tooting, Jan.
Oh, yes. Hi, good evening, Nick.
Yes, Jan.
Yes, you know who I am, do you? The bleeper.
No.
But you referred earlier on your programme to the other caller. You could hear this bleeping, the smoke alarm.
Oh, I know who you are. You're the lady who could sleep through her smoke alarm beeping at her.
I know. That's what I've come back to you on. Because
yes.
I've got about 20 different notebooks, and I can't find my notes that I did for this. But I'm throwing out the question to you about this because, without saying for how long I had lived with it, that I'm trying to work out how I managed to live with it.
Right. You know, I'm trying to work out what this call is about.
The spell.
Right.
Nick, you broke the spell.
I broke the spell.
I was under some sort of spell. I don't know whether I tried to think, was it some form of self-hypnosis? That I didn't, if I didn't hear it, or maybe you might relate it to what's going on in the world today, like or even the question about what is reality, or what do we block out? How much can we block out?
What is reality? Wow, we really are asking the deep questions on this show, eh?
No, I'm throwing it out to you because you might relate it to what's going on politically now.
I most certainly can do nothing of the sort. But you are the person that used to have a smoke alarm that the battery was running out, and it used to beep as it did with that bloke that I was talking to some moments ago.
Its underbelly is showing, though.
And you lived through it. It beeped and it beeped and it beeped and it beeped for months on end, and you did nothing to it.
Well,
yes?
It was a lockdown. It could be a year.
Batteries are still available.
I shouldn't really say this.
What?
For how long it went on for.
How long did it go on for?
Puzzled. I could go into a laboratory and be part of an experiment to find out. Because I'm really
you sound like that's already happened. You sound like the result of an experiment. Is that a rude thing to say?
No.
Sorry, I missed that bit.
Well, that's okay. Your hearing has probably been affected by living in a flat with that beeping constantly going. Do you get ringing in your ears?
No, I don't. I only had 3 hours of a headache after I had disabled it.
3 hours?
And I never get headaches. That's the strange thing. I think maybe I had... You know how workmen, or if you live in a noisy road with lots of traffic, you stop hearing the traffic.
Yeah.
Maybe I had the ability to... I don't know how I did it.
But it's different, though. If it's constant, then you can tune it out. But if it only appears, beep, that noise like
every
that...
40 seconds.
Whatever it is, every 40 seconds. It's impossible to tune out because your brain can't count 40 seconds.
But I did. That's why I'm asking you. I'm putting the question to you.
What question?
How did that? How you might? Because you did psychology, didn't you?
Yeah, maybe you couldn't hear it over the voices that are yelling in your brain.
Yeah, I mean, people. They say some people have developed the skin of an elephant or a rhinoceros to block out things.
Right. Well, I think they can still hear, regardless of how thick their skin is.
Nick, I'm literally coming on, speaking onto the radio. Look, yeah. I would sit under it, and I would do even study.
Right. Well,
while it was above me, it was my favourite seating position.
Well, you are the result of a science experiment, and the military would probably like to have a chat with you because they may be able to use you as a weapon.
Well, as I would be able to... Look, how did those people in war times resist torture?
Well, maybe they didn't. They probably didn't.
No, there were some famous spies or people that were caught by the Nazis. They were tortured.
Yeah, James Bond is not real. I hate to break the news to you, Jan, but not a real person.
Name. Oh, what about? Here's an example for you about how people can. All right, self-hypnosis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can do that. I mean, I may have done that. I may have self-hypnotized myself not to hear it.
Jan, how do you know that this is real life?
Well, that's the other thing. It's like, how much of life do we really hear and see?
Right. Well,
we don't, do we? Because that's what you've been talking about.
Right. Of course, yes. What I'm hoping for is that I'm hallucinating right now. Please let this not be real life. Yeah, Jan, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Pat tweets, I've got the popcorn in. Brexit master brain and eye test merchant Cummings has opened the box and is about to empty it all over Bozo's regime of clowns and spivs. I can't wait, says Pat. Well, I think you may be expecting too much, Pat. I'm expecting nothing to happen. They'll just... they'll do that. He'll ruffle his hair. He'll look as though we're picking on him. Give that sad puppy eyes thing while doing a half smirk. And people will just move along. Nothing's going to happen. I betcha. His fans have made their mind up and nothing is going to change it. Streatham, hello, John.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick. Hi, how are you?
John, good, thanks.
So I just put it on speaker during that previous call. That was an interesting call to be on hold to. Yes.
Right.
Yes. A couple of things. Boris Johnson, I was watching a Question Time appearance of his from 2007 with Christopher Hitchens, and the look on Christopher Hitchens' face as Boris Johnson spoke said it all, really.
Right.
I think he sort of had Boris's number figured out a while back.
Yeah, so did we all. We knew, we've been aware that he's been in a clown show for the longest time, but he was amusing.
Yeah, exactly. And the audience were all clapping along like the idiots that they are. When Christopher Hitchens was making valid points, they all sort of looked very sullen. But when Boris Johnson was
doing his act, he was doing his act, yes.
The idiots were all... I'm not saying that all of the British public are idiots, but like a big chunk of us are.
Enough.
Yeah. And I know Brian, he's one of my favourite callers. He's from Stockton-on-Tees, and I was thinking about the North in general, and especially the Red Wall, you know, where this... And Roy Chubby Brown did a great... I mean, I never thought I'd say this. He did a great autobiographical documentary where he sort of... The reporter followed him around bits of the North East, which, I mean, you know, I've been up north, and it was very grim.
Right.
Not Roy Chubby Brown's house. That was palatial. But
yes.
You know, but
mind you, there's parts of the southeast that are grim. But go on.
Yeah. No, it's not an anti-northern point. But the point is, except for like those urban conurbations of like Liverpool, Salford, and Manchester city centre,
right.
One of the biggest contricts that Boris and his sort of new aristocrats have played on the country is how sort of northern working class, underclass voters have somehow been converted to him, like to this new, not even to upper middle class rulers, but this old aristocracy of him.
I agree with you up to a certain point. You can't remove responsibility from the people themselves for the choices they make. I mean, okay, they were lied to and they were persuaded by misinformation. They were subject to a massive wall of propaganda that came at them day after day after day on social media, and they've been had. But they did actually leave the house, put their hat, coat, scarf and gloves on and put an X in a box. Now, if that's affected them badly, then they have to take some responsibility, surely.
Oh, yeah,
because I mean, it's not like they weren't being warned. The other half of the country was yelling that this was the wrong thing to do.
But it's like Jacob Rees-Mogg, and that you put up a very funny meme, which I assume was like a cartoon of, please don't tell me that was a real image of Priti Patel sort of inspecting her troops.
No, as far as I'm aware, that was a real picture, yeah.
and the final thing I was going to say is that now we've landed again in this very self-congratulatory British phase. Despite the fact that our economy's completely been destroyed, although in my town centre the flag was flattering, which is, good, but the economy's been destroyed. So many people, some of whom I knew personally, died, and yet now you have to still mask up. I went into my local bank wearing a full face mask and sunglasses, and it's only when I came out I thought, and they thanked me for it. I mean, it was quite a worry. And now
if you tried that 2 years ago, you'd have got arrested. You'd have probably got shot.
And maybe I went a bit far, but now we're in this, and all the usual morons, the Daily Mail readers, and some of the radio listening public, they're all now applauding, going, "Oh, it ain't that bad. We're out of COVID. Off to Ibiza now. We've made it." And it's like, we're going to pay this off for the next.
Of course we are.
4 generations.
It's the recency effect. It's the being released effect. You forget conveniently everything that happened up to this point. I'll tell you this exactly what this is. I don't recommend that you do this, but if you lock a dog in the boot of your car, it's delighted when you let it out again. It instantly forgets the part where you locked it in the boot. It just remembers the being let out part and how delighted it is. So I think that's where we're at. We've just been let out of the boot of the car when we're forgetting who put us in it in the first place. Yeah, John, I've got to go with Steve emails. Has nobody commented on the fact that Boris comes under fire for possible collusion with Dyson because of leaked text messages, only for the government to announce that they are launching an inquiry into who leaked the messages? Odd, no? No. It's exactly as you would predict. I would be surprised if it had been anything else. Don't launch an inquiry into the behaviour. Launch an inquiry into how the behaviour became public knowledge. Of course. Let's have Coventry. Hello, Zane.
Hello, Nick.
Zane.
Nick.
Yes, Zane.
Boris is affecting everybody today. I am a HGV driver, limited company, not anymore limited company because they've abolished it. No more limited company. I was a key worker, and could class me as a key worker because I suppose everybody's locked down. I was still working and delivering food.
Mm-hmm.
Today now, he's affected me in every which way, but I never voted for him. But I still have to take what decisions he makes. Why is he persecuting everybody that helped through this COVID lockdown?
Yeah, or
nurses,
helping, he would say, not persecuting, helping. The
yeah.
the amount of help that this regime has given compared to the previous one is over 350% more. And that sounds good. It's just a number I made up, but that doesn't make any difference because that's what everyone's doing these days. 300 million% more happiness has ensued during the course of my administration.
To me, I think, you know what, it's a sad situation. I don't feel like... Well, actually, I do.
And it's getting more and more absurd. Everybody sing!
Rock and roll!
Yeah.
Okay, he took... he's the one that basically got us out of Europe, yeah? That was a worst mistake, number one.
Wow.
Number two, yeah, he started to... All that money that went out, the loans they gave out to businesses that were non-existent, I don't know how many billions, like you said, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
There was that too, yeah. There's the loans that went out to businesses that don't exist. And I mean, but you know, when the government is just chucking the money about, then there's going to be people that will come along that will try and nick it. Because, you know.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, they probably call you up on a regular basis, Zane, and say, the government, Her Majesty's Revenue has decided that you need a refund. We're going to refund you £811.36. Just click here. I mean, there's people trying to nick your money all the time. So, and in that circumstance, in that maelstrom of catastrophe that we just went through, then it is understandable that some people will be able to get away with it. It's not. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying that the government weren't lax in letting people nick our money, but that stuff happens. What's worse is that they actively seem to give money to people based on either how friendly they were or how much money they donated to the Conservative Party. That's the story. Absolutely. But now we're tripping over ourselves trying to fake some kind of outraged response to him having a chat with Dyson. It's the wrong fight. We picked the wrong fight. I'm telling you.
And us middle class, we're the ones that have to pay all this back.
Always. That's why we're the middle class in general struggle to get by. I mean, people make an amount of money that the poor think must be like living a life of Riley. I don't know who Riley was and what his life was like, but it must be. If you earn $40,000 a year, thinks a person who is on the poverty line, then oh my God, life must be absolutely fantastic, and it isn't, because when you get there, if you're earning 40 grand a year, you're spending 50 grand a year.
And ain't you in the 40% bracket of tax?
Am I?
No, ain't you in the 40,000?
Oh, right. Yeah, tax. Right. Yeah.
So what? 40% tax? Yeah, that's taking nearly half of your wages that you earn.
Right. But at least we're spending it on weapons of mass destruction. So it's not like we're wasting it. All right. Thanks a lot, Zane. Got to go. This tweet says, even if Starmer is the only player on the pitch with double the size of goal, he cannot still score a goal. Those words aren't normally put in that order, but I do know what you mean. Only way Labour will gain ratings is to have new leader, says that tweet. Sort of, I don't know, maybe it was a tweet from Yoda. Sound very much like it. Love that show, The Mandalorian, by the way, which I figured out. I watched almost 2 series of it before I figured out what it is. It's a spaghetti western in space. Now, this may be a common thought, and I may be coming late to the game with this, but the Mandalorian character is Clint Eastwood. That's who he's playing. The expression doesn't change because he's wearing a helmet. But Clint Eastwood's expression never changed either. And he had that narrowed eyes thing, Clint Eastwood, which is also what the Mandalorian's got in his helmet, narrow eyes. And when he walks, the thing that made it sort of like it struck me like a bell. When the Mandalorian walks, he sort of jingles like he's wearing spurs. I don't know what part of his outfit is supposed to make that noise, but it sounds like he's wearing spurs when he walks. And when I heard that, I thought, oh yeah, that's what this is. He goes from town to town, helping out defenseless locals against some evil, land baron or oil baron or some local criminal or whatever it might be. It's a spaghetti western in space. Of course, if you've not seen The Mandalorian, you've got absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. But at least I didn't present you with any spoilers.
Warning!
No spoilers. Plymouth. Hello, Mark.
Oh, hi.
Mark.
I just wanted to... I watched something on a while ago now. It was recommended to me on YouTube about $1 million and $1 billion, and it just absolutely made my chin hit the deck.
Well, you mean the difference between them?
Oh, yeah. It's... for the listeners, it's if you type in $1 million versus $1 billion visualized, it's a chap there. He does a lot of things on the internet, and he gets a dollar bill, and if you had a stack of dollar bills, it would take you about a quick walk. It's like a football pitch But for $1 billion bills, this is not length to length, this is if they're stacked. He shows you on the YouTube clip, which is 1 hour and 19 minutes, including the commentary at the beginning, and he drives his car for over an hour to represent how big the stack of bills would be.
Well, I can do it better than that. Because people do throw around these terms. I mean, we talk of a million. People have a vague idea of what £1 million is. And then we talk about billions, and people think, well, people think it's just a little bit more than. And now we've got trillions, because we're in debt by trillions. Here's the difference. If you put it in seconds, 1 million seconds is just under 12 days. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years.
My God, yeah.
1 trillion seconds is 31,688 years. So it's not a little bit of a difference. It's huge. And unfortunately, the trillions is where we're at in debt now. We're in debt by trillions, not billions, or even, and definitely not millions. Trillions we're into now. Just wait till it becomes gazillions, then we'll really be in trouble.
Well, I mean, what annoys me also about this dreadful government that we've got at the moment, and I don't call it cronyism, I call it corruption, is the people that have made all this money have already got stacks of money anyway, and it's those sorts of people who then go on to make that money make even more money.
Of course.
And it's
my question,
continual cycle.
Yes, absolutely. My question to them is, how much is enough? Like, approximately. Give us a ballpark figure, Bodger.
I can't comment on that.
Thanks, Mark, and everybody else that took part.
Let's get back to it.
Well, that was a packed news bulletin. Where do I even begin? Why did you go to Barnard Castle and ask people what they think? Why there? I think Boris Johnson is doing a fantastic job. He's a fantastic job. He's doing his best. Leave him alone. And did that woman say that we're living in a nasty state or a Nazi state? Only one of those is true. And as for football, getting together to drive out nastiness on social media, well, good luck with that. Might as well try to drive out stupidity from football. Oh, well, the lads done great, and it's all credit to the lads, and the lads done great, and it's all credit to them. Boris Johnson was today what? Boris Johnson was... That's unusually hard for me to say. Boris Johnson was today branded a vacuum of integrity by a former Tory cabinet minister. Not a Hoover of integrity, and definitely not a Dyson of integrity. Dominic Grieve, a former Attorney General, this morning waded into the psychodrama. That's what the Mail are calling it, a psychodrama. As in, don't take a shower, whatever you do. Dominic Grieve, a former Attorney General, waded into the psychodrama to condemn what he called the cronyistic cabal at the heart of government. Wow. Cronyistic cabal. Excellent use of the English language there, Dominic Grieve. And by use, I mean mangling. He said the row over the Tory party reportedly paying £58,000 for a flat refurbishment reflected wider turmoil. Yeah, well, why are we concentrating on that then? How about we concentrate on the wider turmoil?
Affirmative.
Grieve said, my impression is that there's been a constant wriggling about the source of the money, and that's just one illustration of the chaos that Johnson seems to be bringing in his wake, and the reason for that is that he is a vacuum of integrity. Hey, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And he wrote, it's sad to see the PM and his office fall so far below the standards of competence and integrity that the country deserves. So far below the standard that the country deserves, Bodger.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
The Prime Minister of this country is being schooled on competence and integrity. Can you believe that? What a major embarrassment. Labour has called on the government to release full details of payments for Johnson's number 11 flat refurbishments. I wish it was called something other than Johnson, because every time I say that, you know, I'm not calling him Boris, because that just makes him sound like a teddy bear, you know, something lovable. That's his act. That's probably why he goes with Boris, because, Boris sounds like the name you give to a teddy bear, and that is the appearance that he presents to us. All scruffy and lovable, like a Just William character. He's not lovable. Labour has called on the government to release full details of the payments for Johnson's number 11 flat refurbishment. Great. This is what they're concentrating on. What a waste of space. Shadow Cabinet Minister Rachel Reeves wrote to the PM this morning demanding answers to 14 questions. And Boris Johnson will ruffle his hair, insist that what the public really want to hear about is something else, say that he will release all of the relevant details shortly, which he won't, and that it's time to move on. I think people have moved on already. This is what the Labour Party wants to stake its claim of corruption on. Some hideous wallpaper and a couple of lamps. I mean, have you seen what the decoration looks like? Or what it looks like, or what previous flats that decorator has improved actually look like? I mean, it looks like a cruel and unusual punishment to live in one of those places to me. It's exactly what Bodger deserves. So Johnson's current girlfriend wanted to tart up the flat they live in, and that's it? So what? It's such small beer. Leaders of countries usually get to decorate the place they live in, using the public's money. Trump had his current wife redo the red room and the blue room and the green room and the oval room and probably every one of the other 132 rooms in the White House. I ain't making that up. And they changed the china, the plates, not China, the plates. And they bought 10 pieces of furniture to put in one suite. Cost $450,000 for 10 pieces of furniture in one suite. They even refurbished the lift. Do you think that Donald Trump paid for any of that?
No.
Could he have done?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, probably no. Probably he could not have afforded it. Because he doesn't do anything of the sort. Otherwise he'd be going around with a T-shirt with his tax returns printed on the front of it. I'm not saying he's boastful. But look up the word boastful in a dictionary. It'll have his orange fat face next to it.
Don't be rude.
I mean, it's just so weak, isn't it? I mean, for the nation, not him personally, not Bodger. It's just so... This is the scandal that they're concentrating on. I mean, it's not like we don't splash the cash around for refits and decoration elsewhere. We got no end of money. The Queen's getting £369 million. £369 million to do up one of her palaces that she doesn't even like. £369 million. And if they say it's £369 million, which is an oddly precise number, you can bet it'll be more like £669 million. And the Labour Party is hyperventilating over 58 grand of hideous wallpaper that Bodger wants to glue to his walls. You know, they're throwing £12 billion doing up the Palace of Westminster. Not million, billion. Do you know how much £12 billion actually is?
No.
It's the cost of building 48,000 average three-bed homes. They're spending the same as it would cost to build 48,000 houses on tarting up the MP's place of work. And the big story is that Bodger's been browbeaten by his other half into changing his London flat into a Bedouin's tent. That's the story of high corruption that the Labour Party are going for. I mean, do they know how much that will move the dial on Johnson's popularity? Not at all.
Correct.
Why are they wasting their time? Johnson's fans are in a cult. They don't care about this small stuff, and they won't care about the Dyson ventilator stuff either. I said yesterday that he'd just bat it aside, and he did do exactly that today, while standing on a football pitch, weirdly. He's suddenly acquired an interest in football. Right. Ingratiating himself with the red wall. But, I mean, don't take my word for it that the public aren't remotely interested. The polls are there for all to see. The National Voting Intention poll of polls saw Labour and the Tories neck and neck just once in the last year, in November, since when the Tories have increased their lead pretty much every day, and it's now the Conservatives on 43% voting intention and Labour on 34%. Every other party has flatlined for a year. None of them get above 7%. The public don't care about cases of corruption, particularly if they either don't understand them or they think that the ends justify the means, even if those ends never arrived. They don't care about Dyson, and the proof of that is how much of his purple and pink stuff he sells. Dyson's profits rose 23% last year. Actually, revenue rose 23%, £5.4 billion. The public can't get enough of those 300 quid hairdryers. It's almost as though the Labour Party are trying to distract us from a much bigger story, which is virtually everything else this government has said or done. I mean, seriously, wallpaper. That's what they want an inquiry about. How about the mountain of dead people? The worst economic combination of any comparable country on earth. What about the missing billions? Friends spirited to the front of the queue when the contracts for anything are given out. How about the companies that were given cheques for £100 million to provide something they had no experience of, when those same companies had only just been started out of nothing and only had a desk and a phone to call their own? Maybe their hair gel has gone to Keir Starmer's head, but I don't think he's thinking straight. And besides,
you don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Sue texts, will Carrie take the curtains with her if they leave? Well, I think she'll have to throw him through them before she does that. Or at least all of his clothes. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see his clothes being thrown out of the first floor window in Downing Street, wouldn't you? It can only be moments away. Set your watches, everybody. Nick tweets, you mentioned ex-Cabinet Minister Dominic Grieve without honouring him with his full name. Dominic who Grieve? Well, that's just unkind.
Be polite.
Be polite. Always politeness, Nick. Let's have a call in Hull. Hello, Charles.
Hi, Nick. You're sounding well this weekend.
Thanks.
Rolling along and things.
Yeah.
You mentioned, Cummings and things. Surely a lightning bolt might have. Well, I might have one of the lightning bolts. Non-Dyson.
Okay.
Ventilators. A woman was interviewed by LBC this week.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she helps run a British ventilator manufacturing company.
She's an expert. In that case, but nobody is remotely interested in her or her goods.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Certainly not the British government, because she got in touch. Well, she tried to get in touch with the British government, and they didn't even deign to reply every time she tried to get in touch.
Right, well, she made one terrible mistake.
Uh-huh.
Go on, then. Ask me.
What was the terrible mistake?
Thank you for asking. The terrible mistake was that she failed to take the precaution of donating £10,000 to the Conservative Party, because if she'd done that, they'd have given her a cheque for £100 million.
Yeah. Do you know what? It got worse, though, after that.
No.
Yeah. You see, she knows the ventilators and the stuff, so she checked out the new government ventilators.
Yes.
She said, quote unquote, they're unfit for purpose, and she wouldn't let any human being near them.
Right. Even a Sith Lord. Yeah.
Wow.
I've stunned him into silence. It's a dream come true. All right, thanks a lot, Charles. Yeah, so she had no end of excellent ventilators that we needed desperately, and were the government remotely interested?
No.
Of course not. She failed to donate to the Conservative Party, so they did not take her call. I mean, if only she had, in an emergency, taken the precaution of being Matt Hancock's local's landlady, then she'd have definitely been in there.
Booze.
No question. Mark texts, all potential PMs should have to score more than 144 on an IQ test and prove it. I fear Bodge the Dodge would not be within a hope's distance. I bet he'd ace that test. I mean, his whole thing that he is quite smart, but his act is that he pretends not to be. You know, all that. And then, as a twist, he'll start spouting off in Latin and say something about, Greek gods that nobody's remotely interested in. Some fairy story that he learnt at university. God. You'd have to be really secure in your future to read fairy stories at university. I mean, that's a chap who knew he never had to work at all, ever. Her tweets. A few weeks ago, Starmer and Labour are too quiet. Now Labour moan about everything. Why? Prefer them hassling the scruffy swindler. Yeah, but you only get one shot. Or at least you have to assume that you only get one shot. And this is not a good shot. This is not a good target to aim at, because it's just a giant nothing burger, as they say in America. There's nothing there. There's no there. It's wallpaper. Who cares? I mean, do you know how... can you gauge the public's interest in wallpaper? There isn't any. Plus, as I said before, if you look at a picture of the decorator's work, oh, my God, it's like my eyes are bleeding when I look at pictures of that stuff. Can you imagine living in it? So it's everything he deserves. It looks like a cruel and unusual punishment to me. Tottenham. Hello, Tom.
Hi. Hi, Nick. I got care homes because I figured that would be a good target for... I mean, I was on about it the other day, and I think they've fallen down in their management responsibilities somewhere.
Who's they?
But my memory... the Tory government.
Oh.
They're supposed... I don't remember the news story, and I think this is why people just don't remember stuff. There's a big deal about huge amounts of people died because they were shipping people back from hospital to the care home.
Right.
I mean, this is serious stuff, because what you said about the JCB and the vacuum cleaners, I kind of thought the guy can bat this away, you know. I mean, maybe there were other commentators saying that at the time it first cropped up. I think there might be something behind it, because why would you ask a digger manufacturer or, I mean, they do building site stuff, don't they? Why would you ask them to make fine medical equipment?
Right, I've got no idea what it takes to make a ventilator, and I would assume that somebody who makes anything at all, who has any sort of manufacturing base, could repurpose their production line to make anything at all. Whether they'd be able to do that, in quick time is another thing entirely.
Yeah.
But to go back to what you were saying before, it would have been a better thing perhaps to concentrate on is the vast amount of extra dead people that have been caused by just one catastrophic mistake after the next. But no, they're concentrating on wallpaper.
Because we're talking about politics, and he needs to get sadly, in a way, he needs to get a punch in.
We're talking about Keir Starmer.
Yeah, I don't actually have a television, so I don't see the guy, so I don't really know. I just get stuff off the radio.
Right. Well, he has an excellent haircut. Other than that, I've got no idea. I've got no idea.
This is what I'm hearing, that he's
excellent hair, but other than that.
Because I would like a slightly kind of leftier kind of vibe.
Yeah, like somebody who runs the Labour Party, you mean?
I'd like social services to be looked after.
You'd expect somebody who espouses the principles of the Labour Party to be running the Labour Party. I understand. Well, it sounds like a revolutionary concept, Tom. Maybe you want to write that down. You could call it a manifesto. William emails, how can Boris, with his classical education, be so dumb? Does he play act, the English eccentric, or is that him for real? The whole lot of them play act. The whole troupe play acts. They're in an act. I mean, it is like they're in some sort of provincial farce, isn't it? I mean, you've got the comedy toff.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
With his risible faux accent. If the Queen doesn't speak that posh, it's put on. And Bodger with his... I mean, he's the archetypal. He comes on stage and his pants fall down. And everyone goes, woo, 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 woo. And then the vicar comes in. It's like we're in rep. But it's not on stage, it's real life. We're actually being forced to live through this.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But classical education, I mean, it is the preserve of those who have already made it, isn't it? I mean, anybody who thinks that they might have to work for a living for the rest of their lives is not going to go and study fairy stories in university, are they? I mean, Greek gods, for crying out loud. It's just nonsense. It's children's stuff. And he did that as a grown-up? Oh, that and a dead language with which to impress. With which to impress upon others his superiority, which he does at every eventuality. Oh, and has he mentioned he went to Eton lately? Over and over and over again. Little sly inserts of things that only old Etonians would get. Form a square around the Pritzker. God, it's painful. But for everything that's gone on so far this year, I cannot believe that this is what Labour have alighted on. I mean, talk about low-hanging fruit. It's weak. And I'll prove to you it's weak. Don't take my word for it. I'll actually prove it to you. Hang on, my cough. Yeah, there is evidence in black and white. I've got it in the palm of my hand, and I will lay it on you, baby. Simon texts, you say Bojo is clever but pretends to be stupid. The man who was shaking hands with COVID patients on TV, that is the pinnacle of UK intelligence. I'm not saying it's the pinnacle of intelligence. I'm saying he's a smart person who pretends to be stupid. He's a nasty piece of work by his own admission, who pretends to be lovable and warm and cuddly. He's not lovable and warm and cuddly any more than a shark. Cuddle him, it'll be the last thing you ever do. Oh, 34. I'm sort of mentally going through things to say and thinking, no, can't say that. No, can't say that. So I just edited out 3 things that I was going to say that I've saved you from. I'm actually in control of my own tongue. Can you believe that?
No.
It's a bloke called Peter in Glasgow. Hello, Peter.
Oh, good evening.
Peter.
It's about Scotland leaving Britain.
Yes.
And it's about our currency.
It's a what?
About the currency for Scotland.
Oh, yes.
Scotland should join the euro. When Britain left the euro, you used to get £100 traveller check, go to Spain, cash it in over there, 149 euros you used to get.
Right.
Now we're only getting 108. So what's lost? The pound is on the road out, and the euro is strengthening.
Mm.
Why is all these politicians not even saying this, or even your commentators?
Well, what's weird is, I know precious little about financial finaglings, but over the past couple of days, maybe the last week or so, the pound's really fallen off a cliff compared to the euro. And I think it's because someone somewhere is selling the pound, which is odd because, economic experts say that it's only onwards and upwards for the British economy.
In 17 years, it's nearly lost 30% of its value to the euro.
Right.
30% since Britain left.
I didn't know it was that bad, but okay.
Yeah, it is really. Well, think about it.
I will not think about it.
You got 151 euros to the £100 17 years ago.
Right.
Now you're only getting 108.
Right, I didn't know it was that good compared to it now being that bad. I thought it was about 143 at the top and about 101.15 now, something like that. But anyway, you obviously know much more about this than me.
I only want freedom for my country.
You want freedom for your country?
Yes.
And what will that look like?
Well, put it this way. When the Prime Minister goes into the toilet, who's the next one to get in and wipe his...
I don't know where that was going, but I know that I didn't want to go in after him. Leave it for a couple of minutes. Thanks a lot, Peter, for whatever that was. There's some weird thing going with the finance markets. I don't pretend to have any clue as to what it is, what those those finaglers get up to. But somebody's selling the pound like Billio. I've got no idea what that means either, but... They're selling off vast chunks of it. Gordon Brown doesn't have anything to do with it, does he? Yeah, thanks a lot, Gordon. We're still not missing you, by the way. Sandra texts, hi, Nick. With Johnson described as a vacuum of integrity, I would say he is not so much a Dyson, more of a Henry, with a big hooray from all of those nationalists. Well, he's certainly got the body of a Henry, if that's any help. David emails, do you think that Dominic Cummings has an A to Z on Bodger for 2020? Oh, I think he's probably got detailed files.
Affirmative.
Yeah. He's got no end of stuff. He could write another blog about it.
Boring!
Oh, can you shorten it a bit? On and on and on. Fetcham in Surrey. Hello, Linda.
Oh, hi, Nick. I just thought I would further the information the gentleman gave you who was listening to the lady yesterday, it was, on LBC.
Oh, yes.
Ventilators.
Ventilators, yes, the ventilator lady.
Her name was Alicia Fraser, and she's involved in a company that manufactures them, and they do supply them to hospitals.
She manufactures ventilators?
Yes.
Yeah, thereby being completely uninteresting to the government who was in want of ventilators.
Exactly, but the thing is, what is also very interesting is she said that she's actually also a national health nurse, and as the gentleman said, the ventilators are I believe she said that the hospitals already had 9,000 ventilators. Boris, I think, acquired another 22,000. And she said for what she could see, she actually went into some of the hospitals and it had signs on them saying in need of repair, faulty. Now, the main basis of the whole thing is that she said ventilators cost 10 to 15,000 a ventilator.
Wow.
She found out that what Boris bought was 50,000 each he paid for those faulty ventilators.
What? 50,000 each?
50,000 each, and she said, I want to make it clear that it costs 10 to 15,000. And she said, it was on the Eddie Mayer show yesterday afternoon, and she said it's ridiculous.
Well, I am stunned. Actually, I'm not. I'm not remotely surprised, and neither is anybody else.
Well, this is it. I mean, I'm disgusted because, I mean, as she said, I wouldn't want anybody I know or a friend or anyone to have to use the faulty ventilators.
Yeah.
We're here to save lives.
Right.
And, and she said she was absolutely disgusted by the whole thing.
Yeah, we're here to save lives, Bodger, not make money. Think about it.
So really, it's, she said it, but when you have companies, she said, obviously there are companies that make PPE, and obviously companies do ventilators, but none of them are consulted. But she said, but when she even heard how much he paid for those ventilators, she said, well, obviously, it's just ludicrous.
Yeah.
I mean, she said, can't we just say how ludicrous it is?
Yeah, she would have done a little happy dance right there on the phone if it had rung and somebody had ordered ventilators at that kind of price.
Well, exactly, but then obviously she is not a rip-off merchant.
Yeah. Well, no. We're not saying that anybody else is a rip-off merchant, but, the finger of suspicion is pointing westward-wise. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, thanks for the bad news, Linda.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, my dear. Ta-da. You see, this is the sort of thing that the Labour Party should be concentrating on, not revivifying the decorations in his blooming flat. Because... And I said this yesterday, and this is exactly what Bodger did today. He just batted it away. He said I think he actually used these specific words: "The public's not interested in all that," and he's right. And I'll prove it to you. It's just such small stuff. I mean, apart from anything else, Boris Johnson is, now you're not going to like me for saying this, so grip onto something firm. Boris Johnson's right when he whines about not earning very much. There, I said it. I mean, like all ex-prime ministers, he will do fantastically well when he steps down or is thrown out. But during the time he's in office, there's not that much coming in. And I know it sounds like an outrageous thing to say. He's on a goodly amount. But do you know where his income comes in the table of world leaders? I mean, because these are the people that he, hobnobs with all the time.
Disgusting.
It goes from the... Here's the list. From the top, from the best rewarded to the least well-paid world leaders. The first among unequals is Brunei, the Sultan. The Sultan of Brunei awards himself $2 million a year for excellence in being His Excellency. Then it's Singapore, followed by the leader of Hong Kong, and then Switzerland, and the US, then Australia, then Germany. Again, this is a list from the best rewarded world leader to the worst paid. Worst in inverted commas. So, Brunei, Singapore, Hong Kong, Switzerland, the US, Australia, Germany, Austria, New Zealand, Luxembourg, Belgium, United Arab Emirates, Canada, Liechtenstein, wherever that is, Jordan, Denmark, Sweden, Iceland, Bahrain, Ireland, South Africa, Norway, Monaco, Turkey, Chile, the Netherlands, Mauritius, and then us. We're only just above Guatemala. If that is indeed a place and not something that hipsters have on toast for breakfast. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that the opposition should pick one of the other vast amounts of fights that would be easier and more effective to win. I mean, how about the sense that Boris isn't actually running the country at all? He's just allowed to run the bits that his fiancée doesn't fancy. The Mail says it's understood that the attack on Dominic Cummings, which just blew up in his face spectacularly, was personally ordered by Johnson. But insiders said the driving force was the PM's fiancée, Carrie Symonds, who they say, quotes, put him up to the attack on his former top aide. It was Carrie Symonds, the PM's current other half, who repeatedly clashed with Dominic Cummings during his period in Downing Street. One Westminster source claimed Carrie Symonds was said to be incandescent about briefings claiming she had tried to damage the careers of young Tory women. This is Carrie flexing her muscles, the source said. This is the sound of Carrie being incandescent. Downing Street also denied Dominic Cummings' claims that the PM tried to bury an inquiry into last year's so-called chatty rat lockdown leaks because it accused a friend of Carrie Symonds, the number 10 aide, Henry Newman. We're told that Johnson started an inquiry into who the leaker was, and when he found out that it might be a friend of his fiancée, he tried to shut that inquiry down for fear of what she would say to him about it. Is that what the leader of a proud nation would do?
No.
Is that what Churchill would have done?
Negative.
What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Let's have East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Mick. Yeah, I was just ringing up and you actually touched on it that...
I did not.
Who's running the country? And I thought, yeah, when you think back to all this, Carrie Simmons got pregnant just after Boris got the top job. And then they had a baby shower when he should have been having a Cobra meeting. And then he had a week off at a stately home in Kent to sort out his divorce settlement at her bequest. And then
I think he had a book to finish as well. And, there was a lot of time that he needed to pencil in for staring out the window and, doing his hair.
Important things when there's a pandemic on the go.
Of
and
course.
Then he cancelled an inquiry into who had leaked the autumn lockdown, when it turned out it was one of her mates that had leaked it. This guy's frightened to death of her. He's been such a misogynist all his life.
I know. Is there a single woman he's ever met that he hasn't cheated on? Just a question. Curious.
Casting them aside when he wanted to. And yet this one he's frightened to death of. So I reckon when she wants him to earn some serious money, he will have to stand down as Prime Minister, and then we might have Steve Baker to deal with.
Wow, that did not go where I thought it was going to go. Steve Baker, you say? Right. You see, this is the problem that they have, is that who is going to step in and take his place? If they defenestrate him, if they chuck Boris Johnson out, as the Conservative Party are wont to do, they get their act in order. If there's a point at which the public start to turn off the leader, then they get rid of them straight away. There's no dilly-dallying and certainly no shilly-shallying.
Disgusting.
That's right out. And so, but who would they replace him with? Who is more publicly warm and cuddly and friendly than Bodger? I mean, Gove?
Not that face on the telly, for God's sake. And, I mean, Priti Patel, no. Raab, not really. I mean, Rishi wants to have a go.
Yeah. I mean, he has to be the most overrated politician in the history of the world. He personally oversaw one of the worst economic crashes on the planet out of this coronavirus pandemic. He personally did that. He's the man who squeezed us all into restaurants, giving away a tenner. In a pandemic, here, crowd into a badly ventilated place would be a good idea. That's him, that is.
But what you've got to think is, who would want it? Because when you've got the ERG setup at the back, which is like 150, anyone who doesn't come from their little setup, who the hell would want to take on the leadership?
You say that at any point. Who would want to take on the leadership of the Labour Party when they just crashed out of the last election? Who would want to take over the leadership after Theresa May at that period of great uncertainty? There's always a cabal of people who want to take over. There's no end of people who want the top job. Not necessarily for what it might mean in that job, but what it would mean for their future after having done that job.
Yeah, if you don't come from that little cabal, though, it's quite dangerous. It's like, I think Starmer's got a bit of a problem because you've sort of got momentum and what have you in the Labour Party, and he's not one of them.
If you've got the ego to step into the shoes of the person at the top, then you have also got the ego to assume to yourself, to convince yourself that you can get the party in order. You can get them to line up behind you. You must have that kind of egotistic self-belief, otherwise you wouldn't be doing it in the first place.
No, we're running out of them though on either side of the divide, right or left, I think.
Well, yeah, we're going through a thin period of people with leadership potential. Yeah, I don't think Rishi Sunak is it. A bit too wonkish. And Michael Gove. Does anybody want to stare at Michael Gove's face? If he became our leader, you'd have to stare at his face a lot. Anybody want that?
No.
No. And who else is there? Thanks a lot, Mike. Julie texts, can you imagine putting wallpaper worth thousands up in a flat with a resident messy toddler? Carrie even has a child living there too. These are the jokes, folks. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
I'll let it pass. Lauren says, how drastic a makeover would Cummings need to make him warm and cuddly? Well, I think it would be total. I think you'd have to replace all of his body parts and his head too. John tweets, 40% of people think the Tories are corrupt. Is that all? There's movement in the polls. Or, actually, it's more accurately, there's people expect that there would be movement in the polls, are looking through a microscope at the polls to detect a movement, and are coming to the conclusion that a little bit means a lot. It doesn't. Almost no reaction from the public to this whatsoever, as I predicted yesterday. I'm like a seer. Randall says, you like to quote polls. Here's one revealed today. The sleaze is cutting through. The latest opinion poll for the Observer suggests the issue of sleaze is cutting through, although it is not, so far, affecting the party's standings. Well, I rest my face. You mean that people have heard of it, and they don't care? That's more alarming than not hearing about it at all. That we hear about all of this the vaunting criminality. It's described less as a government and more as a smash and grab raid. It's like being run by the mafia.
Absolutely.
And no one cares. That's the most alarming part about this. Not that the government are doing it, not that they're getting away with it, not that they know that they're getting away with it. It's that we're letting them get away with it because we're not bothered. He says the latest opinion poll for the Observer suggests that the issue of sleaze is cutting through. Almost 4 out of 10 voters think that Johnson and the Tory party are corrupt. Yeah, well, I refer to John's tweet that I read some moments ago. 40% of people think the Tories are corrupt. Is that all? Where do the rest of them get their news? He says some 37% describe Johnson as mostly or completely corrupt, compared with 31% who say he's clean and honest. Well, clean? What do you mean by clean? Clean? There is a man who does not look clean. He looks like a stranger to the shower, doesn't he? Be honest. Clean. I bet Carrie has to beat the stink out of that suit every night. Some 37% describe Johnson as mostly or completely corrupt. 31% say he is clean and honest. Well, I mean, come on, 31% say that he's honest. I mean, that's like 31% of the American people saying that Donald Trump's honest.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
Yeah, and plenty more than 31% think that. But they're, they really are away with the fairies over there, the dinglings. They know nothing.
I know nothing.
38% say the Conservative Party is corrupt, and 31% say it's clean and honest. Right. Well, I bet Rishi Sunak is clean. I bet he smells like roses. I've got no idea where this is coming from, and I wish it would stop. Charles texts, £58,000 for the flat is a big deal. People like you talking it down makes it not matter. Oh, I see. It's my fault. I'm only describing the facts, Jack. It's got nothing to do with me that the public aren't remotely bothered. And £58,000 for a flat is not a big deal. Not in the great scheme of things. I mean, of all the things that the Labour Party could be concentrating on, that this is the one that they think is the knockout blow. It's just, it tells me everything that I need to know about the current leadership of the Labour Party. Not remotely tough enough. Now, if Jeremy Corbyn had been in power, he'd be chewing chunks out of them on a daily basis. But, you know, that ship's sailed and sunk. Yeah, I think I got caught in the bomb blast from that gender reveal party. Those morons are passing on their genes. You believe that? Alan texts, Boris protects his chum, then gets shafted by him, and he didn't see it coming. Anyone got any ideas where Bojo can go get his eyes tested? Dominic, have you got a suggestion? Conrad tweets, why does whenever I see... Why does whenever I see... That's terrible. I'll try and edit it live. Why, whenever I see Michael Gove on television, does the image of Kermit pass my mind? I don't know, but I do know that Boris Johnson will be played by Miss Piggy, Bodger. Yeah, that's a yes. And Priti Patel will be played by Animal, the drummer. Matt emails, apparently Carrie has 3 rolls of curtain fabric left over. Does that make her a listener with material? Oh, God, another one. I can't believe it. I feel I've been sideswiped. You know, here's why we shouldn't be remotely surprised that Bodger doesn't pay attention, wants others to do his homework for him, and expects nothing but praise and adoration. We know that this is true about him, and we've always known. He's got the same haircut that he had in school, the same crumpled look that makes his fans want to mother him, and the same attitude. We know this because there was a letter from his housemaster at Eton that was sent to his dad in April 1982. And it's been going around social media like a bad smell. It said, and I quote, Boris really has adopted a disgracefully cavalier attitude to his studies. Boris seems sometimes affronted when criticised for what amounts to a gross failure of responsibility, and surprised at the same time that he was not appointed captain of the school for next half. I think he honestly believes that it is churlish of us not to regard him as an exception, one who should be free of the network of obligation which binds everyone else. Yeah, that was him as a kid. Same as him as a grown-up. Same hairstyle, same personality. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Oh, really, really, really bad news. Have you seen the price of a pint? I'll come to that in a minute. I am stunned. Now, I complain about the price of a pint regularly, both on the air here and on the various podcasts that I do with, specifically Carol McGiffin.
Booze.
Because she's a booze fan. And I was way out. I've been whining that a pint of lager is £5.50, £6, something like that. I could not be more wrong. Not even close. But I'll get to that in a minute. Let's have a call in Ashford, Milan.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Do you know a pint of beer in 1978 was 25p?
Wow. Mind you, you only earned 30p a week, so there's that.
Which is true. I was going to talk about the darling of the nation, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
But before I mention that, I've got to say something that might really upset you.
Oh, no. Here we go.
I'm not draped in the Union flag as I speak to you, and I don't have the Union flag outside my house. So I'm sorry if that really upsets you, and that's not patriotic.
Well, why don't you go back to your own country then, if you don't like it here? Yeah, bugger off to your own country, you don't like it.
So, I think Johnson is Mr. Teflon. It's just incredible, and I think his supporters just love being lied to because I think it upsets fact checkers.
It upsets the liberals.
Yeah.
Anything that upsets the liberals, also known as the other side, those not in the gang, is just fine with the fans, even if those things negatively affect them personally.
Yeah, and I was trying to get into the mindset of a Boris Johnson fan.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It's practically a religious cult.
Yeah, and it's either, I think it splits into a number of camps. Like one, facts, details and laws are too complicated for them, and they prefer 3 to 4 word slogans because that's more realistic.
Really, everybody does. Nobody wants to sit there and read some long screed about economics and...
I do.
Okay, you're weird.
I'm weird.
But nobody else does. People, especially these days, where everything is, is like Twitter format. People look at something that's more than one paragraph and think, too long, can't be bothered. Yeah. So everybody wants a slogan. It's not just stupid people who like slogans. Everybody likes a slogan. Make it simple, like 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. I mean, who has read the kind of the withdrawal? The agreement with the European Union?
No one.
No. I have.
And how many of all of those people who haven't read it have an opinion on it? All of them.
Exactly. You've put the words out of my mouth. I haven't read a single text, but I've got strong opinions about it.
Exactly.
And also, I just wonder if some of the supporters were thinking, okay, I've now realised that he's a complete charlatan and totally unsuitable for office and who hasn't got a clue about details, but I can't admit that because that'd be really embarrassing. So I'm going to double down and continue my support for Johnson because it's unfashionable for to be wrong.
Yeah, it's also, it's too much loss of face to admit that you were wrong about one thing about his personality, about the things that he espouses, because it would imply to you that you could possibly have been wrong about other things that you agree with him about. Too much loss of face. So that's what people are doing. And it's not just here, over in America as well. All of Trump's little dingalings, they are digging their heels in ever stronger. And in the face of all evidence to the contrary, that he's a crook and a liar, and nothing he's ever done is proper.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
And they profess their love for him, their undying devotion, all the more.
But it's true. Just very quickly, I've had some amazing news recently. So I was researching my family history, and guess what? I found out that I'm related to Matt Hancock. So I'm going to strike it rich very, very soon.
Yeah. But as I know you too through the telephone, then at least some of that money's going to pour on me, right? Must do.
50,
Bound
10%?
to. Yeah.
10%?
Well, okay then. You say 10. You say I get 10%. I say I want 8%, and that's my final offer.
Okay.
I'm very good at this.
Brilliant. By the way, the Oscars tomorrow, have you seen any of the nominations?
No, I don't know. There haven't been any films made. How can they have the Oscars? Nobody made any films last year, did they?
Yeah, they've been streaming, so I've seen a couple of films.
Well,
so.
the only newish film that I've seen lately is the Irishman.
God, that was long. It took you about a week to watch it, isn't it?
It's superb. Going into it, I thought, God, how many times can they make the same film over and over and over again? Here's Joe Pesci doing his gangster routine, and Robert De Niro and Al Pacino and all of the rest of them, and it's directed by what's his name? Scorsese, yeah. But it's actually really great. And you know who's really, really superb in it? And sometimes people sort of write him off as a shouter. All he does is shout. Al Pacino. He is amazing, because I've noticed this. Have you seen that film Heat?
Yeah, brilliant film.
Okay, so Robert De Niro and Al Pacino are in Heat, and I think they only ever met very, very briefly during the entire filming of... I may have this wrong, but this is what I thought I read. During the entire filming, they only met very, very briefly and were on camera together for a very small period of time, during which time Al Pacino just wiped the floor with Robert De Niro. Because normally when Robert De Niro's on the screen, it doesn't matter who else is on with him, you're looking at Robert De Niro, right?
Yeah.
But Al Pacino, up close, with his face fills the screen. He is absolutely mesmerising, and no one could come close in the Irishman or any other film that I've seen him in. Really, he's not just a shouter, not at all.
Have you seen Carlito's Way?
Well, that's the
gangster film. With
Let me introduce you to my little friends. That's that one, right?
No, that's Scarface.
Scarface, right? Carlito's Way, probably. It's a good long while.
It's. I recommend that, and I've got your homework I need to do. I still need to watch Apocalypse Now. I still haven't seen that. So
oh my God! What are you wasting your time on the phone to me for? Get on with it. All right, thanks a lot. Let's have a call in Bristol. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Nick.
Laura.
How are you doing?
I'm great, mate.
I like your call with that last guy. I have also not seen Apocalypse Now. Is it any good?
Is it any good? It's the second best film ever made. Ooh, that might not actually be true. It's in the top 5, definitely.
What's the first?
It's a thing called Koyaanisqatsi. Do you want me to spell that for you?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say that it was interesting that yesterday you talked about supercomputers.
Yeah.
But in The Irishman, they must have used a big supercomputer to make all the actors look a lot younger, didn't they? I've not seen that either.
Right. Yes, there was a few scenes in which they looked suspiciously smooth of skin. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a wrinkle washer or something like that.
But it's not quite done. You can. I mean, I know that we don't. We know that Robert De Niro isn't 30 anymore. So there's a part of our brain that's telling us that that's not real. But it also doesn't look quite real. When they try to do the human face, we're so attuned to the human face and hands as well, because those are the things that we look at most of all: hands and face. A cat. 2 black cats, we can't tell the difference at a glance between 2 black cats. Cats can tell the difference, but we can't because we're not staring at black cats for 12 hours a day. But we are staring at human faces, and so there's just something that's not quite right, some indefinable thing that they haven't quite got. But when they get that, then we should be all very, very alarmed.
I feel that way about Matt Hancock, actually.
They're not quite human?
Yeah, I feel like you've got someone in my view anyway, I feel like Dominic Raab is a robot, but Matt Hancock is a robot that's trying to learn how to have human emotions.
Yes.
That's how I feel.
And he keeps getting it wrong. Yeah, that's a good...
Yeah.
I like that.
But he's trying. I mean, he tried to cry in that interview, didn't he?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He obviously, he looked like he'd gone on YouTube and said, and typed in people
how
crying.
To cry, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Unconvinced.
But I wanted to know your view on whether you think this whole Dominic Cummings thing could be the sort of final blow for Johnson, because a lot of people on Twitter, I know you hate it, a lot of people on Twitter think it could be the end for Boris. But what are you going to talk about on your show if it is?
Oh, there'll be no end of things to talk about. That's the thing with the news. It never stops. There's always new news. But no, I don't think it'll be anything of the sort. I think it'll come and go, and Bodger will carry on regardless, because who are the Conservative Party going to put up who would have the public support that Bodger has got? There isn't anybody. I mean, we already know that the public isn't really bothered about corruption. They're not bothered about underhand dealing. They're not bothered about mountains of dead people. They're not bothered about a crashed economy or lost jobs or ruined businesses or anything like that. A significant number of the population, enough, in fact, to give them another stonking majority, are in the Bodger cult. It is a cult. It doesn't matter what he does. And no one else that they put in that position could gain that support. I mean, do you think Michael Gove would get people running out to vote for him? No.
But I think the end of Bodger will be more like Julius Caesar, in that I think it will be an attack from one of the jackals in his party. Do you not think? I mean, the public will love him whatever he does. That's
what I would expect. But who would they put in his place is my question. Because that's the thing with the right wing. They know how to maintain their grip on power. And so they're going to have to replace him with somebody who is equally enticing to the general public. But there isn't anybody apart from Rishi Bloomin' Sunak. And I think that the more people see and learn about him, the less impressed they'll be.
But if he wheels out the free money, then...
Oh, well, then he's got my vote.
Then, I'll vote for him.
A free dinner? Where do I sign? Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Laura. Mickey emails... As I see the political scene is, the political scene is Bodger, Sir IKEA, Sir Who the Hell is He, We Mrs. Cranky, and Alec Codpiece. We're doomed. Right. Tim says, Starmer is boring, but Jezza was just like an old geography teacher. Laughable Labour leaderships, one after another. Well, Starmer seems to be invisible. He seems like a cardboard cutout of a person. I mean, if Dominic Raab is a robot...
Affirmative.
And Matt Hancock is a cartoon figure...
Correct.
not quite fully formed yet. Like, he's like a sketch. Then Keir Starmer is a cardboard cutout. But Jezza, he was I think he was like a real human being. Like a real human being. The thing with Jezza was that... absolutely petrifying to offshore billionaire media barons, because he specified that he was going to look into the concentration of ownership of news titles in the hands of a few foreigners, which freaked them out just a little bit, and they levelled their guns at him and pummeled him for year after year after year. Didn't stand a chance against that, against the combined might of that lot. But weirdly, you go into the street and you ask people if this policy or that policy was of interest to them, they'd say, oh yeah, I do agree with that. And then you'd tell them that it was Jeremy Corbyn that was espousing it, and they'd say, and run in the opposite direction. I do feel that he would be ripping chunks out of the current regime much more effectively than Keir Starmer is. But, you know, maybe Keir Starmer is keeping his powder dry. Maybe he's playing the long game. A stalking horse. You know, all of these other phrases that people come out with for somebody who just doesn't seem to be cutting through very well. Maybe he's got a plan. Maybe he's got a little scheme. Maybe he's got a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Yeah, well, we know you ain't got no strategy. We're still not missing you, Donny. I mean, some people might miss you a little bit because, you know, it was... apart from the attempted Nazi takeover of the world, it was a little bit amusing for a little while there. You know? We enjoyed the lols. Jane emails, if we had Gove as Prime Minister, we would also have Sarah Vine to keep him in line. Okay. If you say so. I just can't see it. But then I couldn't see Theresa May as Prime Minister either. I mean, I couldn't actually see Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. I'm racking my brain as to who might be the best to take over if they do chuck him out the window. It can't be Rishi Sunak. I mean, really? We're going to plump for the guy who gave us £10 off dinner? And that's the reason why? Not for his excellent economic performance. The guy's an ex-banker. No! You remember how we feel about bankers? Kath when I was at uni in Liverpool in 1998, it was only £1 a pint in many pubs. We're grand when I were a lad, says Kath. Yeah, well, 1998 was a long time ago. 1998 was over 35 years ago. Can you believe that?
No.
£1 a pint. £1. Wow. Can you imagine going into a pub and asking for 2 pints of beer and they ask for £2? £2, please. They'd have to scrape you off the floor. What? Do you know how much it is now? I haven't been back to a pub since they reopened for two reasons. A, it's blooming freezing outside. And B, I will not book a table for a drink in a pub. I just won't do it. If that's the requirement, then I'm never going to a pub again. And having not been to one in about a year, I can't say I miss it very much. Not really. I mean, on a warm, lovely summer's day, it might be nice to be in a pub garden. But then I've got a garden, and I can just sit in there for a tenth of the price. And when I go to the loo, I won't be up to my ankles in other people's urine. So there's that. Christine emails, Nick, don't despair. You can buy a pint in Wetherspoons for under £4. Yeah, well, that would entail me going into a Wetherspoons, Christine. So that's a no from me.
No.
Unless they're advertising it with us, in which case it's an excellent destination and everyone should try it. Robert says, speaking of sandwich fillings, my late father's favourite sandwich filling was Brussels sprouts and beetroot. Who was speaking of sandwich fillings? Were we speaking of sandwich fillings on this show?
No.
Brussels sprouts and beetroot?
Disgusting.
Ugh. Fried egg and jam, on the other hand. Andy says, have you seen Pacino in Devil's Advocate? He plays the head of a law firm who actually is the devil in cut. Well, don't tell us. Can you believe that? Spoiler alert.
Warning.
He says it's absolutely brilliant. Pacino was born to play that part. His monologue towards the end is just stunning. If you haven't seen it, please do. You won't regret it. Okay. Josh says, Matt Hancock has the look of a man summoning up the courage to tell his 6-year-old child that his pet hamster has died. No, Josh. Matt Hancock has the look of a 6-year-old child that's about to be told that his pet hamster has died. Close. No cigar. Let's have Wakefield. Hello, Vicky.
Hi.
Vicky.
Yeah.
Hey, Vicky, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Vicky.
Right, I'm going to it's a couple of things I just want to mention. Firstly, you mentioned about the men's toilets in pubs. They sound vile.
Awful.
Oh, God. I mean, your toilets are on the wall, aren't they?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Do they still have them yeah. So, I think sometimes the Muslim community, the men, they sit down. Okay. So it
right.
stops you from splashing on your clothes.
Can we get out of the toilet?
Yeah. Okay. So I rang in really to I gave you figures the other week, but I can't remember what it was about.
Figures? What were the figures? Was any of them...
Maybe 4?
Yeah. Was that one of them?
Yeah.
How about...
8 billion.
Yeah. This is about Boris Johnson's salary that I was looking up tonight.
Oh, yeah, right.
So I don't like him, so I'm not supporting him. But I just wanted to have a look to see what he earned. Yeah. It's £150,000 a year. But when after tax and insurance, he gets £90,661.16, which averages out at £7,555 per month, which averages out at £250 a day.
Right.
When you look at it like that, it doesn't sound a lot, but then he doesn't pay any rent, etc., does he? And but there's also another, I don't know if you'll probably have heard of this anyway. He gets, now this message here about this was 7 years ago, so it's probably gone up since then, but he does get, they can obtain a public duties cost allowance, and 7 years ago that was £115,000.
Right.
Yeah, so it just didn't seem a lot, to be quite honest.
No.
Do you think it does?
It's not a lot as far as world leaders go. We're way down on the list, so I can imagine he must be feeling aggrieved because that's all he does, all day long, when he's not being thrashed for his incompetence by his fiancée.
Yeah, but it won't, I don't think he gets any flash suits, does he? Because by the looks of it, I think they are from the charity shop.
No, I imagine that they're actually very expensive indeed. It's just that he affects to make them crumpled.
Yeah, it's disgraceful, isn't it?
Well, it's not disgraceful, it's his act.
Well, so you believe that he wants to look... I mean, I do believe the track and trace thing. I do believe that he stumbles and stutters when he wants to, because I believe that's a way of making people laugh at him.
Yeah, what this?
Contact tracing. Contact tracing.
No, I believe that he was trying to say it. He just couldn't get it out, yeah. No, the whole rest of his act with the hair and the all of that and his ski whiff suit, that's all an act. But he's been playing that same act since he was a child.
Yeah.
And it works. That's the reason he's kept it up, is because it works. People forgive him anything. Because he brings out people's mothering instincts. Oh, you want to put some spit in your hand and comb and smarten his hair down, don't you?
So going back to this flat thing that he's done, refurbished.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't agree with that, and I think the timing of that was ridiculous when everyone's squinting and scraping and losing their job.
That's all nonsense as well. There can't be another leader in the world that doesn't get a stipend to do up their government-appointed flat when they move in. I mean, it's such a tiny place. He can't even live in the flat that is supposed to go with the job because it's so small, so he goes and lives in the one next door. I mean, it's preposterous.
So, but this was whilst the pandemic was going on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So when he was on his pedestal at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, addressing the country, after that he was going home to just check the floorboards were being sanded correctly and the wallpaper was matching up.
Yeah, I bet he didn't have anything to do with it. It's all his fiancée's taste.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
And if those are pictures of the inside of their flat... If
I haven't seen it.
Well, if that's what the Mail was publishing today, if that's the finished article, it is hideous. Oh my God! It's like somebody has bought the most eye-bleedingly awful pattern from Liberty's and said, "Let's put it on everything. Let's put it on the walls and the cushions and the sofa and the lampshades. It's even on the lampshades, and that'll be £57,000, please."
I've got to look at that.
No, don't. Trust me, Vicky. Pop a couple of paracetamols if you want to look that one up. Deltex, we used to have Bovril and peanut butter sandwiches, an old wartime favourite. That actually sounds pretty good. That's a lot of salt, though, because peanut butter comes with a lot of salt in it, unless you get one that doesn't have any salt in it. Bovril and peanut butter sandwiches. Oh, you know what I discovered the other day? It's not the kind of thing that I would ordinarily buy, but it was on a display rack at the front of the store. So I thought, yeah, all right then, because it was like a third off. If anything's got a red sticker on and it's about a third off, I'll buy it. I don't care what it is. That's how stupid I am. It was a brand new chocolate spread. Oh, so yummy. I could eat it with a spoon straight out the jar. Oh, I could do with a couple of pints of it right now. I'd chew through it in about 10 seconds. But that and peanut butter, then I think you'd have a world-class sandwich right there. World-beating. Wolfgang emails, I remember the times when a pound paid for 5 pints of beer. Rubbish. What? I've got bad news about pints. I'll get to that in a minute. First of all, let's have a call in Tower Bridge. Hello, Will.
Oh, hello. How you doing? I'm sitting on a 343 bus down from Tower Bridge towards Camberwell. Do you know who I felt like a few minutes ago? I was the only person on the bus except the driver, and I went upstairs to check because I thought you might come to me. And I felt like King Xerxes, that I've got the biggest ever sort of person transport all to myself, sitting in the middle. And oh my God, I'm the happiest I've been in months. I went to the pub tonight, and Nick, oh my God, it's as great as you imagine. All the rowdy people, the loud boys in the corner shouting about football and European leagues and stuff. It's been amazing.
Well, it sounds like real life has returned.
It does, with all the trials and tribulations. I went through Borough High Street a moment ago.
Oh, yeah.
And it was pretty dead on the bus, but I couldn't see anything, and I just thought, yeah, soon it'll be back. It'll be back to normal. But just like your conversation.
Borough High Street, I don't know what the High Street's like. Is that where Borough Market is?
That's right, yeah, nearby.
Well, that's normally quite quiet at night, isn't it? I think the market...
No.
Really?
Rammed this time of night.
Is it?
There's a great karaoke place there called the Blue-Eyed Maid.
Oh.
Where,
karaoke?
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh. Is that still a thing? Why would anybody go to a karaoke place? That is awful. What would you want to torture yourself with that for?
I found an app recently for the iPhone, which has basically got every song you can imagine. I tested it, and you can get 30 seconds for free, but you can plug it into a ghetto blaster or a stereo system, and you can literally have a karaoke party and sing any song you can imagine.
Okay, in an emergency, you have to choose right now, what's your song?
It would be Queen's Don't Stop Me Now. I'm having such a good time.
Awful. See?
Obvious.
So I rest my case. All right, thanks a lot, Will. There's more.
Oh,
go on.
You.
No, go on.
Sorry, the thing I called in about, and I appreciate your patience. Characters, okay? When I was a younger man, I was in the Royal Air Force Reserve. I served for a while. Got left a couple of years later, but the guys, they said in the thing, I was a character who was a bit outspoken and lacked tact. And that has always been grating on me a bit, what did they mean? But Boris Johnson is a character, and I do not understand why us Britons, we seem to have a proclivity for voting and electing characters. We don't need characters. Angela Merkel, I don't think, was a character. The French guy, maybe is a little bit, but he's moderated. Why do we want to kiss the backside of characters so much? It's a flaw in our national persona. We should elect people who are sensible. I
think that we sort of flip-flop between characters and those that are sensible. I mean, who was the previous big character before Boris Johnson? I mean, David Cameron was boring.
Maybe Tony Blair with his headering. I saw him heading the ball, and when John Deputy Prime Minister punched somebody, he said John will be John, didn't he? And he was a bit of a character in a posh way. The team, they were a team, they were loose cannons.
Yeah, I don't know, but I suppose that if you really want to if you really want to screw your eyes up and think that Tony Blair was a character, then yeah, I suppose so. He was a bit more like a functionary than a character. I actually think that we don't really do characters very much in this country.
And maybe that's why we've gravitated towards Johnson.
Yeah, we've tried everything else. We thought, well, what the hell? Let's see what it's like being run by a clown. Yeah. All right. Best of luck with your bus trip, Will. Cheers, mate. There you are. He's been to the pub. Booze. He's on the bus. He's never been so happy. This is what it's come to now. This is an indication of where our life is now. That just about the best thing that you can think that could happen to you on a daily basis is to get on a bus. Public transport. We used to hate it. Now we yearn to get back on it. Just a little bit of normality. Just a smidge. Liam emails, at this rate, I think Larry the Cat would do a better job than Boris, Pretty, Rishi and Matt combined. Whilst asleep. Yeah. Sarah says, I think Keir is waiting for the current government to implode. Nobody would be able to find anything on Keir Starmer, and by this stage, the public might have finally woken up. They are currently in a state of denial, having undergone full conversion at the last election. I don't know. I mean, what's he waiting for? How much material do you need? Start firing away, Keir. That's the job. He's waiting for the perfect moment. Well, perfect moments are coming thick and fast. We're in a swirling eddy of perfect moments. Just pick one. Let's talk to County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I'm gonna really shock you, right? Mm-hmm. What do you pay for a pint down there?
I don't.
No, but what's the going rate? £7?
It is, yeah. I'm afraid to break the news to everybody. If you haven't been to a pub since they reopened, it's £7 a pint.
Right, I'm going to shock you, right?
Go on.
Up here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, £2 a pint.
What?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, £2.40.
Wow.
But
what kind
of an
what kind of an establishment is that?
Well, it's a pub.
Yeah, but what kind of a pub?
We're just a normal pub, chatty pub, you know. We're all chatty up here. We're not falling asleep, people down in the south.
Right. So if I went there, I'd be in danger of having my ear bent by by locals, would I?
You can go out with £25 and have a taxi back home and a kebab and a boatload of beer.
Well,
for £25.
That does seem like a good night out.
And I tell you what it is, I'll be a great Prime Minister, me, because I'll bring hanging back and make a hung parliament for all them Tories.
Right. Listener with material.
Oh, no.
All right, thanks, Sean. Tracy emails with two leading party leaders that have zero influence in the modern world. Question mark, question mark. What does that mean? That's not a sentence. With two leading party leaders that have zero influence in the modern world. Question mark, question mark. That's meaningless, Tracy. There's more. I wonder if it'll get better. She says, what are we supposed to do moving forward? It's a no-win situation and a sorry state of the times. It's a sad, sad situation.
Rock and roll!
Yes. I think we got there in the end, Tracy. It is a sad, sad situation. Getting more and more absurd. Mike emails, Wetherspoons can only offer a pint for under £4 because they didn't spend millions trying to develop a ventilator like the other Brexiters. What? Is that right? I had no idea that the two were even connected. Phil tweets, what must other countries think when they see Wurzel Gummidge as our Prime Minister? Well, it's probably a mixture of amusement and pity. They think we're kooky. a little bit deluded, a little bit kooky, eh, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's a yes. Let's have a call in Cardiff. Dan.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Dan.
I have to say, this is a massive dream because I'm 23 and I've been listening to you since I was about 10. So,
wow. Finally, you made it.
I have, yes. Well, I've never had anything to say. But no, so I'm a student in Cardiff, but because the rules, of course, are absolutely massively different, we're not allowed to drink outside yet.
Aren't you?
So everyone I know has gone to Bristol this weekend. We've all got the train en masse.
Really?
So I went this morning, about 9 o'clock. Everyone was drinking bottles of wine, gin, whatever, getting absolutely smashed on the train up to Bristol.
Right.
Everything is completely packed. And I think drinks cost about £10 for a cocktail.
Wow.
It's absolutely amazing.
It depends what kind of a cocktail it is, but that's not unreasonable.
Do you know those sort of vodka WKD drinks you get when you're in
Well, you don't want to spend £10 for one of those.
Well, it's £5. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And coming back, well, I felt sorry for everyone doing their sort of daily commute because the train was absolutely packed.
Oh, my God, can you imagine?
No one was wearing masks.
Awful.
Absolutely
those
terrible.
Poor people. You students, you don't know you're born. I'm surprised. I thought Wales was more open than England. I thought it was the other way around.
We've got outdoor stuff isn't open yet. Pubs open on Monday.
Right. Is that outdoors? Outdoors.
Outdoors only.
Right.
Outdoors only. And even gyms, I think, aren't open until sort of May something.
Well, see, that's nuts to me that gyms are open in England. I mean, mine reopened last Monday, as the others did, but I haven't been back yet because I think, I'll wait it out a couple of weeks and see what happens.
Well, exactly. And I'll tell you what's funny. You know, in Cardiff, there's a few dodgy massage parlours.
Yeah.
And their doors are wide open, but you can't go and use a cross trainer.
Well, as long as they keep the doors open, you know, to keep the ventilation going through. Because you wouldn't want to smell that air. Probably not. No.
Keep a mask on while you do it.
Yeah, keep your nose clean. All right, thanks a lot, Dan. Gaz tweets, "Love Queen, Don't Stop Me Now, having a good time cracking tune." It's like a telegram. Haj texts, "Just found out today that a Moroccan hummus, crisps and rocket sandwich is quite delicious." Rocket? Hummus, yes. Crisps, of course. But hummus, crisps and rocket sandwich? That just sounds wrong. I think you want to take the rocket out there, Haj. I think you'll find that is correct. Then you'd have quite the recipe. I can't stop thinking about a fried egg and jam sandwich. It must be decades, many decades since I had one of those, and it's still stuck with me as being the absolute epitome of a white bread sandwich deliciousness. Try it. Leave it a little bit runny, and you can thank me later. No, wait, I've changed my mind. You can thank me now. Thank you. So we've had Matt Hancock, who is either a man who is about to tell his 6-year-old that his hamster's died, or he is a 6-year-old who has just been told his hamster's died. Sudeep texts, "Dominic Raab has the look of a man that is looking forward to tell a 6-year-old that he has killed the boy's hamster." George texts, "In 1965, I can remember getting 10 pints for £1. Can't remember much else, though," he says. Right. Booze. More material. Leytonstone. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick. Tony. So, yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tony.
Yes. I think the best Prime Minister we had was Margaret Thatcher, because she never stands for no nonsense.
Are you kidding me? Margaret, what? Maggie Thatcher, milk snatcher?
Yes, but that's it. There was only not everybody can drink milk. And that. She put the miners, put them to bed. She cracked the unions. She made this country, bring this country forward.
Are you kidding me, Tony? She is the root of most of our problems. She's the reason why we're in the financial hole that it took 10 years of austerity to try to get out of, at the end of which we owed more money than we did when we went in.
Remember the winter, people forget the winter of discontent.
Yeah, and since then we've had endless decades of discontent.
So we're the fifth, they keep saying we're the fifth biggest economy, richest economy.
Well, so how come so many people are living on the poverty line then?
They're not really, to me, if you want to, when you go abroad and you see poverty, this is not poverty. A lot of them is wearing £150 sneakers and driving. They never had it so good.
I think you're mixing up your prime ministers there. Never had it so good, you say? All right.
Never had it so good.
I've never had it so good. Right. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Tony. Cheers, mate. Let's not go down that route. Let's just agree that you're wrong. At least we can agree on that. Andrew emails, "Best sandwich of all time, Nick. Crunch up flaming hot Cheetos and sprinkle them on cottage cheese, hummus, and Heinz sandwich spread." Wow. You are one sick bunny, Andrew. He says, "In fact, crunched up flaming hot Cheetos goes well with everything." No, they don't. Is that even a thing? That's a product, a flaming hot Cheeto. That sounds like Donald Trump on fire.
Oh, shut up!
He says, "I think lots of people may have discovered this because my local shop runs out of them really quickly." Well, I am stunned. Dell texts, "We used to have leftover liver and brie butties in our old house in Peckham." Leftover? Yeah, no wonder. People say, what's for dinner? Liver and brie butty. Oh, no, you're all right. Not feeling that angry, really. He says, it's my Auntie Doreen's old recipe, passed down over the years, as well as Bovril and peanut butter nutty. Butter nutty? She used to run a butty shop in Peckham Rye, says Dell. That sounds like a tall story to me, Dell. Although I do believe the past tense of used to run doesn't sound like a viable business model to me. I mean, yeah, hands up. Anybody want one?
No.
No. And furthermore...
No.
Here's calling Camden. Hello, Jasmine.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, so a few random things. My smoke alarm. Sorry, I meant smoke alarm.
Your smoke alarm?
Yeah, on the landing kept on beeping today because I needed to replace the battery, which I still haven't done. And every time it goes off, I think of you.
Right. It's my fault.
No, because it reminds you of how much you hate them.
How can you live through that? Why didn't you go out and buy a battery immediately? That's going to go on all night long. It'll go on forever unless you fix it.
I'll just get the sledgehammer from the shed and sort out.
Well, I have thought about doing that on several occasions, but you'd take a chunk out of the ceiling as well.
Oh, that's all right. The house is being replastered and redecorated in July anyway.
Well, forget it then. Go ahead. Swipe away. No, don't. It's beeping at you for a reason, and the specific reason that it is an insufferable noise is to get you to do something about it.
Okay, I promise. Yeah, I will most definitely do something about it.
All right.
And I love listening to your show, but I actually hung up earlier on waiting to talk to you because of something you said, but your lovely producer called back straight away.
Yeah.
Why on earth would you have jam and fried runny egg in the same sandwich?
Have you tried it?
No.
See?
The sound of it makes me want to throw up.
No. Trust me, Jasmine. Believe me when I tell you. Fry an egg in butter. That part's important.
Okay.
So crispy around the edges.
Oh, yes, of course.
See? And then some jam of your choice. I recommend strawberry jam. Put the jam on one side of the bread, put the egg on the other, and sandwich the two together, and then you'll be living in perfect
Do I put any seasoning on the egg, like salt or pepper or anything?
Of course not. That would be disgusting.
Oh, okay then.
Go on, give it a go. Believe me. Believe me when I tell you. I am an expert in this regard.
You, Tom Swarbrick and David Lambie are my favourite LBC presenters, but you've lost a few respect points.
Right. Lost a couple of points. Okay, well, I'll do my best to make them up during the rest of the show. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jasmine. Here I am trying to save your life, and what thanks do I get? Abuse is what I get. Joe emails, the public do prefer a character. I suggest that Keir tries a leather jacket with leather trousers. I don't think the public do prefer a character. I mean, which characters have we voted in our lifetimes? Hardly any. You could say that Churchill was a character. Bodger is a character, no doubt about that. But then you start to run out. I mean, Blair was a bit thin to be classed as a character. He just seemed, at the time, a breath of fresh air, like a younger person. You know, things can only get better. Little did we know. I mean, Mrs. M is not much of a character. I mean, you know, apart from the shoes. Put your feet up, Mrs. M. Kick off those comedy clown shoes. Relax, you deserve it. I'm straining to think of other characters. There's not many, not really. I mean, they're all quite boring functionaries. I think mostly you want a boring functionary to be the leader of the country. You don't want a character for fear of what they might do. You don't really want somebody with charisma. That's an entertainer. See, we've hired an entertainer. because apparently Ken Dodd was unavailable. So we're stuck with that clown.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. For a while, anyway. Here's a call in Battersea. Hello, Irene.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Excellent. A pint of beer in Battersea is now £5.
Well, it's way more than that, I bet. Where do you get a pint for £5 in Battersea?
In the Crown on Lavender Hill.
Right. Well, I'm sure it's excellent in every regard, but I don't know it. See, £5 seems too much to me. It's water. It's just water.
I know, it's horrendous.
It is horrendous.
Yeah. Well, what I phoned in about was, you're right about Churchill. He was a character.
Yeah.
He definitely was a character.
Nice house. Have you been to Chartwell?
No, I haven't.
I went there just a couple of weeks ago. It is absolutely delightful. It's right on the top of a hill. The view from the top of that hill is mesmerising.
Oh, I'm definitely going to make a point of going there then. Yeah. That'd be brilliant.
Write it down.
I will. No, I have. I've got
I don't think you have. I don't think you have. You haven't written it down, have you? Mm-hmm. Okay, then.
No, what I phoned in about was I'm fed up with listening about the decorating in 10 Downing Street, flat above.
Exactly. That's my point entirely. The public don't care.
For the last 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
God's sake.
See, my point precisely. The public don't care. They're bored already, and this is Labour's. This is going to be their big reveal. This is their their attempt at unseating the bodge. Yeah, ain't going to work, is it, Irene?
No. Is it life-threatening?
Is it life-threatening?
Yeah.
Well,
it's not life-threatening, is it?
Maybe Carrie would kill Bodger if he didn't manage to pay for the wallpaper. So maybe his life's under threat, but nobody else's. All right, thanks a lot, Irene. Mark says Twiglet sandwich. Oh. No one has ever had one of those. Or at least no one has had one twice. That must be true. A Twiglet sandwich. That's the worst thing I've heard all night. And I've heard some pretty dreadful things on this programme already. I mean, there were some awful things on the news, and yet Twiglet sandwich is still the worst thing I've heard in the last 2.25 hours. Thanks a lot, Mark. You ruined my evening. Like that nice lady that I was just talking to said, she expressed an emotion that is felt abroad, as in among the good people of this country. No one cares about these weak, thin scandals that Labour are pinning their hopes on. It just seems so bizarre that this is what they've selected. Boris Johnson's wallpaper. I mean, come on. And then there's the other thing with David Cameron. Greensill, the lobbying row, is apparently hurting Boris Johnson with voters ahead of crunch elections next month. A new poll suggests. No, it doesn't. Not really. And it don't even care about this either. An exclusive survey conducted by Redfield and Wilton Strategies for Mail Online found that a majority of the public have heard of or followed the revelations about David Cameron's lobbying of the government. 18% said they'd followed a great deal of the story, 28% quite a bit, 30% said some of the story, and a quarter said not at all. And 100% have no idea what it's about.
Correct.
Among those who'd followed the news, almost a fifth said it made them less likely to vote for the Conservative Party. Oh, please. No, it won't. I mean, there's any number of other reasons, like being duped over the benefits of Brexit, for instance, but it's much less loss of face to say that you're outraged at some minor shenanigans with other people's money that will make you rethink your vote. The majority of the people who expressed a preference, 57%, said the row had not changed their likely voting intention, and 10% said that they are more likely to vote for the Tories. I mean, did you get that? They hear all this noise about scandal and they dig their heels in all the more. 67% just brushed it off. It's not a political party, it's a cult.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Asked whether the row had changed their view of David Cameron, 41% said their view of him had not changed. Well, they didn't tell us what their view of him was. 10% now have a more positive view. So again, the majority don't care. We're in a post-moral world here. Morals are for losers, snowflakes and Ramonas. I mean, it's practically treasonous to have morals anymore. This is how. This is what the poll said. This is how voters would vote in a general election tomorrow, with the Greensill scandal front of mind. People who have not expressed, who have not changed their vote, 57%. More likely to vote to Tory, 10%. So that's 67%. With all of this, all of these scandals, the death, the excess deaths, the economy, and everything that goes with it, the billions missing, and etc. and so on, 67% still say, no, everything's fine. So the vast majority either don't care, or this scandal and all of the rest of them have made them love the Tories even more. 67%. But I bet that those that expressed a preference about this have got no idea what the Greensill scandal actually is. I mean, do you know what Greensill was trying to sell? Or do you know which chinless wonder was trying to sell it?
I think this is nonsense.
That part you know. I mean, we're still not missing you, Dave, by the way, in case you were wondering. But we know where to find you if we do. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. So Greensill was a supply chain financing company which settles bills that companies can't cover at any moment in time for a fee. It's a bit like a payday loan company for companies. You know, you've got a cash flow problem, you've got a bill coming up, you need to pay it, but you're expecting your cash to come in a couple of weeks, but you need to pay the bill now. So you go to one of these loan companies and they front you some money for a fee. You pay your bill, in a couple of weeks you pay them back. That's what this company did, as far as I can tell. And it's absolutely not what a government wants. It's completely inappropriate for a government. That's the scandal. Not that Cameron might have made us a 9-figure payday, £200 million worth of shares last time I looked. That's not the scandal. Or that Cameron got chatty with ministers to press them into getting Greensill to get involved in government financing. That wasn't the scandal either. The scandal was that anyone thought that the government needed such a service. Governments don't need payday loans. The government doesn't have a cash flow problem. It's like paying your credit card debt off to another company that passes your money straight to the credit card and then takes a cut. Why would you want that? Cut out the middleman and just pay the credit card company. Governments don't need what they were trying to sell us. So everyone involved probably knew that they were hawking some expensive middleman stuff to a government that didn't need it. That's the scandal, surely. They were trying to shoehorn in a service that would have been completely unnecessary. But, on hearing that, people thought, oh, no, that's just fine. We're bored now. What else have you got? And then Dominic Cummings comes calling out of the woodwork. like it's Lord of the Rings 2. My precious. Dominic Cummings. You remember him?
No!
That's right. The man that wangled Brexit, a campaign that used the internet against the people of this country to bombard us with propaganda about being invaded by millions of Turkish people, or winning free money for the NHS, or returning the land to a misty-eyed, darling buds of May country pub fantasy. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
The best thing you could say about Dominic Cummings is that even Boris Johnson looks smart standing next to him. By which I don't mean intelligent. What is it with these people who reckon they're geniuses, born to lead? Why do they all look like they slept in a skip and got their clobber from a clothes bank? And just when you thought it was safe to switch on the TV without seeing Gollum in a beanie, back comes Dominic Cummings. An internal inquiry has been launched into how messages showing conversations between the PM and the billionaire James Dyson were leaked to the press. An inquiry been launched into how messages were leaked. It's always that way. Don't investigate the behaviour. Investigate how news of that behaviour got out. Let's see if we can shoot the messenger. Downing Street sources cited by the Sun, the Times and the Telegraph, who you think they would know, have alleged that it's Mr. Cummings who quit Number 10 last year following a behind-the-scenes conflict between him and a PM who was behind the revelations. And Dominic Cummings said, "Not me." No, he said, and furthermore...
No.
No. But a source from Number 10 told The Times Dominic is engaged in systematic leaking. We are disappointed about that. They're not angry, they're just disappointed. Well, it looks like they picked on the wrong bloke because he came out all guns blazing, said it weren't me, and I can prove it. So now whoever it is at Number 10 who is putting this stuff about is probably busy looking at their shoes saying, oh, it's got nothing to do with me. Disappointed. And we're all disappointed about a few things. I could list a few things that I'm disappointed at right now, but I don't have time in a brief 3-hour show. Oh, all right, I'll give you a short list. There's the mountain of dead people, for a start. There's the economic crash. In fact, there's the worst response to the virus of any nation on Earth, when you count deaths and the crash combined. And we have one of the strictest lockdowns on Earth, and it's still going on. And there's the whole banning protests thing. And can we talk about 10 years of austerity, which ended with the nation owing more money than it did at the start, and yet balancing the books was supposed to be the point of all that suffering? And don't get me started on inequality and the billions of pounds missing and the stench of corruption so thick you could kick-start a power plant with it. But by all means, let's concentrate on the leaking of emails.
Yeah.
Small beer. Open goals being missed. Come on, Keir. The source of Number 10 suggested that the Prime Minister was saddened. And Dominic Cummings was bitter after his exit from Number 10. Saddened. Puppy dog eyes. Glum expression. I bet Boris hasn't even got the strength to go looking for hot totty, bodger?
I can't comment on that.
Downing Street's briefing war against Dominic Cummings started as anger continues to grow around the influence of lobbyists and special interests in UK politics. See, that's the story. But the fan clubs that constitute the press in this country, they want the story to be about leaks and moles, because that's exciting. And I don't know whether Dominic Cummings was the leaker. He said he wasn't. But there's no getting around it. And I don't mean this to be offensive, but he does look like a mole. That's just a fact. He does look like he could dig his own burrow, doesn't he? That's just true. Sir James texts to the PM saw Boris Johnson assure that he would fix a tax issue faced by the businessman as his Dyson firm worked to develop ventilators at the height of the pandemic. See? Developing ventilators. And at that point, the public switch off. Seems like a good thing he was trying to do, right? It's like a Jedi mind trick. This is not the scandal you are looking for. Downing Street said it's going to publish correspondence between Boris Johnson and James Dyson shortly. Shortly. Yeah, at some, mystifying point in the future. You want to pencil it in for never. Bodger said that he was happy to share all details of the exchanges, which is why it had to be dragged out of him. The PM's official spokesmodel said the Prime Minister said in the House that he's happy to share all the details with the House. That's what we're working on. We're pulling together that information. It will be published shortly. Shortly. When's that then? Never. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Sue texts, just found out today that McDonald's are withdrawing the free drinks loyalty cards with the little bean stickers. I don't know what that is. You're going to need an app to add them to, says Sue. This has upset me greatly because I saved them for birthday and Christmas presents for my friends and family. What now? I can't stand progress. Hey, Sue, can you take me off your presents list? I appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Oh, yes. Hi, Nick. Good evening, Nick.
Jan.
Yeah. I'm ringing just to. I go along with a lot of what you say about Bojo. I call him Bojo for short, as you do. You know that, but I also.
I don't.
But I'm looking at. I know you say he's to his supporters. He's like a cult figure. So
yeah.
but I'm wanting to use the word fetish. That in a way he's a Brexit fetish to his supporters. And like you say, it doesn't matter what he does. I mean, he's going up in. You know, he's got his popularity. He's not losing any supporters despite what's happening.
Yeah.
And I think what you say. There was what they used to call the Old Boy Network. There was a book written about that in politics, the Old Boy Network, and it's kind of was understood how they all supported each other. So
those old Etonians. Yes.
Yeah, and they were like in the classroom together. They went to university together. The Old Boy Network.
Yeah,
it's very strong.
They holiday together. St Bart's, all that lot. Yes.
Yeah, Eton and everything, Oxford, Cambridge, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They're in debating societies. So he I think he will weather that storm. What's going on now about whatever he's got. His it's like, as you say, he's a cult figure, but I'm using the word fetish because it's also an irrational devotion to the word fetish. It's like an excessive irrational devotion to
I think that describes cult more than fetish, because fetish might be an irrational desire, but it's not an irrational devotion.
Kind of charm for their interest. They want, I think that the ones who are supporting him as well are the ones who want Brexit.
I think the Conservative Party is ruthless enough to get rid of him the second that they believe somebody would be better placed to make them win again. I mean, at the moment, I can't see that they've got one.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's not afraid of being laughed at. I think he's as you say, he cultivated an image.
I don't know,
because look at the way he described himself as an Incredible Hulk.
Yeah,
he can pull out a cartoon character, like describing himself as the Incredible Hulk when he was describing what makes him angry. This cartoon character, he could be like him. Or then when he was ill with the when he was ill with the
virus.
The virus. Yeah. He said things about like he has the constitution of a bulldog, and that's a kind of national icon, isn't it? The bulldog.
Yeah. Once again, comparing himself to Churchill. He does that so often. It's tedious.
But there again, like he's like Trump in a way. I mean, Trump is of the billionaires. It's like people making a fetish of billionaires who may, in the end, rule the world. But whereas
I very much doubt that Trump is a billionaire. I mean, he keeps telling us that he is, but his various scams and schemes rather suggest a man who is desperate for money.
Okay, but when Elon Musk and those the other billionaires, they got more money to run space programs than even governments.
Yeah, I think you could have just finished that sentence at the word space. They've got enough money to run space. Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Run space, yeah. But I know. So that's Trump, but Johnson. Well, I don't know. He's not going to be a billionaire, but I don't know. He's like a charm to his supporters. Although
he is a cult. He's a cult figure. Don't overthink it. He's just running a cult. That's all.
A cult which is populist what national? No, he's not a nationalist. He's got such a diverse.
Well, he might not be a nationalist, but that's that's what that flag waving is all about. He's appealing to people who are nationalists. Yeah, it's a cult. Yeah, it's a flag waving cult. Exactly. Here, Jan, I've got to go. But how many sandwich suggestions are coming in? There's a boatload. Peter says, beef burgers in onion gravy on a tea cake or bap with ready salted crisps. Well, that's just a beef burger. A beef burger with onion gravy on a bap with crisps is a beef burger. Lucia texts, try dry roast peanuts rolled up in cheap processed cheese washed down with lager. Dry roast peanuts rolled in cheap processed cheese washed down with lager. That sounds enticing. I think I'd like that. Brian says chicken livers fried on toasted white bread. Well, yeah, that's just pate on bread. That's not a sandwich. But I think we may have invented something new here. Or Lucia has, anyway. Dry roasted peanuts rolled in cheap processed cheese washed down with lager. Doesn't that sound fantastic?
No.
A little bit. Come on. Expand your horizons just a smidge. Try it, you might like it. Let's have Luton. Adam.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
So, my theory is there's more dirt to come out, and essentially this is Michael Gove making another stab at the situation again to get himself back into, or to get him into number 10. That's what I think.
I think the Conservative Party would be nuts if they put Michael Gove as our dear leader, because are people going to be excited at the prospect of voting for Michael Gove?
Well, not excited, but
is he likeable?
It depends who you have on the opposition. I mean, Keir Starmer. The thing about Keir Starmer is that he's just annoying. To be quite frank, he is.
I don't know. I think he's invisible more than annoying.
Every time I see Keir Starmer, it's almost like, I morally disagree with the Prime Minister. That's the kind of, unfortunately, that's the opposition we have. It's just,
but wouldn't he seem a little bit more attractive if he was standing next to Michael Gove? No offence, Michael Gove.
The thing is, what is it about Tories? They've got very sort of grotesque caricatures. That's why Steve Bell, he loves drawing them, because in The Guardian, they're actual just characters. The way I see it is... Well,
Uncle Jezza was pretty characterful himself. I don't think it's a unique characteristic of the Conservative Party.
He was, but he lost that. He almost won. Well, he didn't win, but he basically had a better chance in 2017 and 2019 because, Theresa May was awful. But you see, the thing about it is this: when you've got Michael Gove, yes, he is grotesque, but my God, does he? He's able to debate. The thing with Keir Starmer, he's just too what's the word? He's just too careful. He doesn't want to, make a point against, as you said, there are open goals and he's not taking them.
Yeah, I don't think the public are remotely interested in that. They'll take one look at Michael Gove and think, anybody else. That's the level we're at. Don't overthink it. Don't think about debates and people making, precise and excellent and thrusting points. That's not where we're at all. We're into characters now. Do I like the look of you? I make my mind up in 3 seconds flat. And with Michael Gove, it's got to be a no. Got to be. Unless they know otherwise. I suppose, the weirder things have happened this year already. That's actually true. Zora emails, you haven't lived until you've had What's-its in a bacon and egg sandwich. It's delicious, says Zora. Yeah, no. No, why would you ruin a bacon and egg sandwich by sticking What's-it in it? A bacon and egg sandwich stands up perfectly well on its own. In Manchester. Hello, Graham.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
This business about Mr. Cameron and this Greensill. They weren't Greensill selling and buying bad loans, a bit like the subprime market that they learned nothing from.
They were inserting themselves into the payor and the payee. I think that's right.
Yes, they were both buying and selling bad loans, which is exactly what the banks were doing before we bailed them out.
Before and during and after.
During and after.
Yeah, they haven't stopped their little shenanigans.
Because they did say that they wouldn't be, never again be giving anything more than 75% mortgages. Now they've already started doing 95%, haven't they?
Here's the lesson they learned. It doesn't matter what they do, they continue to profit and will get away with it. That's the lesson they learned. People say, the banks didn't learn their lesson. Yes, they did. The lesson they learned is they can do anything they want and still be in the money.
Have you seen the footage of Mr. Gove in Lycra?
Oh, my God. Oh, God,
I'm glad you sat down.
I'm feeling sick just thinking about it. You got to warn a person before you say things like that. Oh, my God.
He made George Galloway as a cat look alluring.
That's a horrific thought, though, Graham. Right before sleep, too. Thanks a lot, mate. Please tell me no such image exists of Michael Gove in Lycra. Oh, I am feeling bilious. I'm feeling bilious, and I just read about somebody putting twiglets in a sandwich. I'm feeling more ill now than I did then. David texts, did you know that the unique selling point of Sir Dyson's ventilators is that they came with a free set of accessory hand tools to suck up the crumbs from the patient's bed? No, I did not know that, David. That sounds like excellent value for money. Rob emails, number 10 can control their leaks. It's just a shame that the price of Pampers has gone up. Yeah, I think that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Let's see what happens when I take this call in Selzy. Hello, Maxine.
Oh, hello, my love.
Maxine.
Oh, I ain't spoken to you for ages now.
Haven't I been lucky?
Ain't you just, my darling? Now, I've got to tell you this, right? The sandwich. Here's what I like. In the morning, bit of toast, bit of Marmite, and a fried egg on the top.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Well, see, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's nice. I've got to tell you, last year, way back last year, I told you I had the baby pigeons. The squabs in my tree.
Yeah, I do have a vague recollection. Yes, you had baby pigeons in your tree.
I know, and you looked at a baby pigeon on the internet and you didn't like it, did you?
Hideous.
Right, now, guess what I've got this year? A pair of blue tips, my love. I've got a pair of blue tips.
But the weird thing about blue tips is they're green. Have you noticed that?
No, they're blue. They got a blue bit under their beaks. Underneath their front bit are blue. They're blue tips.
They look green to me.
They're not green. You've got to get your eyes sorted out. No. They blue tips and they're nesting in my box. They keep going in, nicking all the nesting, all the little moss round my garden, put it in nesting now.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? You don't want moss in your garden.
No, but they put it in their nest box.
Well, that's all right.
So, in May, I'm going to have loads of tips in the garden.
Great.
Loads of tips, all flying around everywhere, my love.
Right, I wish they were called something else.
This is so good. Now, look, you've got to go. Now, have you had your jibby jabby yet?
Yeah, I've had one. I'm getting the second one next week.
What one did you have, my darling? Because you're only 25, so what one did you have?
I had the AstraZeneca. Good old British vaccination.
There you go. No.
Yeah, go on.
No. I had that one and all. Was you in bed for a while, my love?
No,
I don't want to know who you was in bed with.
It affected me. It affected me not at all.
Well, it did me, my darling. I've got to go for my another one in June.
Right. Well, apparently the second one doesn't affect you as bad as the first one, if that's any comfort. Is that any comfort?
No.
No. All right. Can I recommend alcohol? You probably shouldn't drink alcohol at the same time as having the jab. Not that I'm an expert in any way, shape or form, but, alcohol is often not a good thing to mix with, heavy medication. Yeah, Maxine, I've got to go because I've got to fit this in. I've been whining for a good long while now about the price of alcohol, about the price of booze in pubs. Pints are £6 in a pub. Can you believe that?
No.
No, because that's not true. At some bars in London, the price of a pint has risen to, get ready, £7. What? £7. I am stunned. Pubs are hiking prices by as much as £1.10 a pint to claw back losses made during lockdown. A single pint of Peroni has gone up from £6.40 to £7 in Roehampton in southwest London since reopening on April the 12th. And I don't wish to pick a fight with the no doubt giant brewing multinational that makes that golden nectar, but it's mostly water, and water isn't worth £7 a pint. The price hike follows breweries adding more than 12p a pint to brands including but not limited to Budweiser, Stella Artois and Beck's. One consultant from a beer outlet said an increase of 4 to 5p is expected year on year, labelled a rise of 9p as absolutely ridiculous, and 12p is just scandalous.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, if the brewers are increasing it by 12p, how come it goes up by £1.10 by the time you've bought it? It follows Mail Online, who have done good work. They revealed that Star Pubs and Bars, which is owned by Heineken, supports 2,500 pubs nationwide, advised bosses to, quotes, consider reviewing price increases. They're reviewing the situation. Well, here's an idea. The drinks manufacturers haven't done too badly out of this virus, you know. I mean, in fact, they've probably done pretty well. It's the pubs that have suffered. And if there's one way to stop them from recovering, pubs, it's charging a customer a repelling £7 a pint. How about they discount the price of beer, not increase it? What a concept. I mean, there's a company in Scotland called Brewdog. Their revenue grew by 10% last year to £238 million. That's despite the lockdown, because they concentrated on selling online. I mean, you can't tell me that the vast multinationals that brew pretty much every beer you can name haven't done all right. I mean, it's not like we stopped drinking because we were locked in. I mean, drinking was pretty much all we could do.
Booze.
And now we can go out again. We can't afford it. The brewers might have been emboldened by a study conducted by market research companies. If you're searching around as to who might be to blame, it's these people. They did market research. Between May and June last year, they found almost 2/3 of pubgoers who they researched said that they expected price rises. 2/3. So those people that answered that questionnaire need to be corrected. You dummies, you've caused this by saying that you expected a price rise. I mean, if you'd said that you would have been shocked at a price rise, they wouldn't have put the price up, and we wouldn't be suffering like this. So think hard about answering a question before you blurt out an answer that's going to make the rest of us suffer. Close to 12,000 licensed premises shut prematurely between December and February. And I think that when they reopen, serving 2 pints and asking for £14, please, is going to accelerate the closure. Drinkers are reported to have taken to social media to complain. You don't say. Complain? on social media? I find that hard to believe.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
One pub landlord who spoke to the business development manager of their group and wished to remain anonymous said, in their words, the people who manufacture this stuff, they said they were trying to work out the highest price we can get from customers when they need beer. In other words, trying to get the maximum amount of money out of your pockets after a really difficult year for all of us. Why are they picking on us? It's because these dummies that answered this question at a market research company said that they were expecting the price to go up. They should have just said no. And furthermore...
No.
That's all it would have taken. Think before engaging your mouth.